videos are a week before we move.
Yeah. Live stream.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I will.
Whole class or?
Never been accused.
Clint, do
of
we
not
need,
being
and we do need to
appropriate.
push when we go to speak first. We need to activate it. Yeah.
That's Charlie, right?
Yeah, well, now that's another story. I've got him a clinic here, I think.
Make sure you keep me on track.
Okay.
Mistakes and how I operate the meeting, okay?
Okay, welcome. I think we're started. I think we have a really day. Student engagement and university committee meeting. The order and item out here. The first item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes.
Make a motion to approve.
And then we'll just slide into the back. Second item on the agenda. We've been waiting for this, and I know it's been hard to get the information from students. Be ready. We do understand we like to see it short on days.
Right, and so I'm not going to go through it line by line. It's fairly lengthy. It is in your packet. I would highlight the fact that we did have service all year. Our service obviously was a lot lighter in the spring. We did miss one major week of service in the spring because of not having a face-to-face Greek week activities and the students not being on campus for Greek week. And we usually have a lot of in-kind giving during that week and philanthropic efforts. And then they also do some service projects out in the community. And so that was missed. But we had lots and lots of service that happened throughout the year. And I think we've done a pretty good job of collecting it all. I am sure it is not exhaustive, that there were projects that were done that were not collected by the service report, either because those people we just didn't manage to hear from during the period that we were off campus, or it's always possible there's groups out there doing work that I don't know to contact about their work. So I would like to acknowledge the efforts of Christy Brinkley in the Office of Student Activities. She helps immensely in gathering all this data for me, and she's also the one that helps coordinate all of those university service days that are listed. And then, of course, Beth Rutt, who you are all very familiar with, is the campus coordinator for the Project Community Connect. So all of those numbers are in large part due to her efforts and coordination and providing the rec center for that amazing community opportunity. So we have already started this year's service last week as part of kickoff. We had over 300 students decide to get out of bed on a Saturday morning and come and do a service project. So we were really excited about them. These were socially distanced service projects. We had them in the rec center creating things for local service agencies. We had them out in the community, cleaning roads and by the railroad depot and such. They did lots and lots of different projects. And that was organized again by Christy Brinkley with the kickoff group. So it started and it will continue, and sometime in the next year, I'll report to you about this academic year's community service. And I'm more than happy to answer any questions about the community service report.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to see we were still able to keep things going with the students and getting them going. I think maybe we'll be hitting some areas with social distancing that we haven't hit before, and kind of changing things up a little bit. So thank you very much for that. The second item is the report for the campus cupboard.
Yes.
And you would go ahead and...
And this is going to be kind of a tag team effort between myself and Beth Rutt to report on this. This is one of those things that I'm really, really proud to come and talk to you about, the work of the campus cupboard and the care and effort and compassion that is being shown there. I hate the fact that we have so much need that we need to meet, but I'm glad to see that we have people stepping up to help meet that need. So the first bit is to kind of put all of it in context. I've provided you some information about what we see on the national level. There is a national survey done that collects data about food insecurity, housing insecurity, and when you see the numbers, first of all, it is very clear that there's a significant portion of college students that are experiencing some form of insecurity. And many of them are experiencing multiple forms of insecurity simultaneously. It is also clear that that impacts their ability to be successful students. Typically, it impacts their grades, it impacts their ability to be continuously enrolled semester to semester. And this is one of the reasons why it's really important that we have a response on this campus, because it's part of our student success supports. And then we have participated in that national survey for 3 years, and so I have provided you data from the 2019 survey, which we received the results of this past spring. And you can see there that we have over a third of our students are experiencing some form of insecurity at some point in time. They are and these are questions that are formulated by the U.S. Department of Agriculture that are used to survey nationwide, not just students. And there's different ways that they determine whether or not a person is experiencing food insecurity. Our students are indicating at least one of those ways. A significant portion of our students are indicating at least one of those ways. And in particular, 42% of the students respond that they cannot afford to eat balanced meals. And you can see the cumulative data there in the graph. And then that is basically in line with what we're seeing nationwide. So UCM is not much different from other four-year universities in these reports. And one of the things I will commonly get asked is, well, we have government benefits that help to address this. The problem is college students don't always connect with those benefits, and because of their specific nature as a college student, they're not always eligible for all those benefits. We definitely saw this past spring with unemployment, and that student employees are not typically eligible to collect unemployment when their student position is no longer available. So that just further contributes to those insecurities. We also have for many, many, many years participated in the Missouri Assessment of College Health Behaviors. And this past year, because this is becoming such a critical issue on campuses across the state, this past year, Partners in Prevention, which is the organization that does the mock B survey, decided to include food insecurity questions in their survey. And so we have UCM's data for food insecurity at UCM, and those numbers very much match what we learned from Real College Survey, which I feel gives just further validation to the fact that we have that significant portion of our campus that is facing food insecurity. All of this is why several years ago we started the Campus Cupboard. And actually, we were one of the first to really start a Campus Cupboard. And at the heart of that, from the very beginning, and through all the maintenance and continuation of it, has been Beth Rutt. And so I'm going to let her spend a little bit of time talking about how we came to have a Campus Cupboard and how we maintain that Campus Cupboard and what it looked like this past spring and with COVID-19. Know that the Campus Cupboard runs on donations. This is not a general funded program.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Mr. Racy? Okay, thanks. First of all, I'd like to tell you a little bit about how the Campus Cupboard started and where it originated from. It was basically from one of those parking lot meetings, you know, after you're done in a meeting and some of you sit around and you visit and commiserate. And in 2013, there were 4 of us that were in the rec center after a meeting talking about the situation students were facing. During that time, we had students perhaps whose parent or both parents were losing their jobs due to the economy at that time. And we were seeing some social issues arise from that, along with the food insecurity as well as some homelessness issues. And so we were like, well, what can we do to start this? And the foundation at that time had just started opportunity grant for us. And so we applied, and we were granted $5,000 to start the Campus Cupboard. In the basement of the Student Rec Center was what was referred to as a catering kitchen, which had been put in from the original build so that large groups that wanted, it'd make it easier for Sodexo to come over with their hot boxes and things of that nature. But what we were finding is they were doing all their setup basically in the hallway, which left me a really nice room with stainless steel countertops, cabinets, 3 sinks, hand washing sink, all those things that are necessary to qualify for a pantry. And so I had a room that was just golden for this opportunity. So we converted that into the Campus Cupboard. With the $5,000 we got, we bought our first refrigerator and a small chest freezer, a laptop to keep our data, and shelving. We are a member of Harvesters, and when you participate with, which is also Feed America, you have specifications that you have to meet in order to have your food and storage. And so we were able to purchase that metal shelving and those other items that I mentioned. And then we just started blindly. We were the first of the 4-year institutions to have a food pantry. So we're proud of that. Again, as Dr. Back said, it's kind of a double-edged sword. We're glad we have the opportunity to provide the service, but the needs continue to grow, and we are concerned about that. So in 2013, October 10th, we opened the pantry. Since then, our numbers continue to grow, and we've had some unique experiences just this past year due to the COVID situation. In March, we did not close the pantry. We remained open until the very first week of August, and then we did close the past 2 weeks so that we could get things really organized and cleaned up and things. We did move the pantry, though, from downstairs because of the trying to space people out up to the main floor of the rec center, since we weren't seeing students or anyone else. And we basically, oh, and you gave me this little clicker here. And which button do I push?
The advanced one.
Well, I don't have my glasses on. You can do that one. Thank you, ma'am. So you'll see there in the pictures where we moved it up to the main floor. So we basically had our own grocery store. We had an area for produce. We had an area for protein that we would bring up, our coolers and things, and desserts and bread products. And we continued to see students in May, for instance, in March we saw 402. In April we had 356, May 368, June 425, and then in July 260. This would really became one of the highlights of our week. It was a lot of work, but we got to see students face to face and have conversations with them. In March and April, I would say the pantry, when you hear a college student say that this was the highlight of their day, you begin to feel a little pain for them, but they were able to get out. We were able to engage with them. And at that time, normally in our pantry, you're allowed to take 10 items a week. And during the summer months, with Harvester's help, we were able to get a great deal more of the protein items. And Dr. Bax made it possible for me to use the Fitz freezer. So I've been able to stockpile some items, which will make this semester go much better also. But we were able to, each student was walking out with about $65 worth of groceries each week. Many of our international students who were here, several of them had actually graduated in May, but their country was not letting them come back in at that time. And since those students can only work on campus and Sodexo was not open, they were really experiencing a different distress than what they had at other times. So the pantry was able to be of great service for them that way. It was my staff. We did not have volunteers coming in from the community to help. We just utilized our full-time staff. And I will tell you that they have a great new appreciation for the students and some of those struggles. And it truly was the highlight of our week because we got to visit with those students. So we opened again yesterday for this semester, and from 3:30 to 6, we saw 92 students yesterday. It was extremely busy. I wanted to also share some of the things we're engaged in. Harvesters is this year, the last 2 months, has really grasped the concept of how important these university food pantries are. And we have started a university consortium through Harvesters, and we meet once a month. Right now we have KU, Washburn, Avila, Johnson County Community College, UMKC, K-State, and UCM. And those pantries range from literally a closet in an office area to what we're able to facilitate here at UCM. Our partners that we have had the luxury of working with, besides our student organizations, and as Shari said, I allocate $1,000 out of the student fee for the pantry. We have a full-time graduate student plus 2 student workers that help unload trucks, sort food, and then the rest of our manpower is through student body. And so the student organizations help a great deal. The foundation continues to offer us amazing support through Day of Caring. They are always pushing out our information to alums. We have received our big freezer that we have is an industrial restaurant grade freezer. That was donated to us from an alum who's in the restaurant business. This past summer, we had an arrangement with Roseacre Farm, which is in the Knob Noster area. And that business has actually, from the grandfather on, we have 3 generations of UCM graduates there. And they have been donating 60 dozen eggs every week for us. And for many of our international students, that's the protein of choice there. So that has been a great service. So Sodexo has also been a great partner for us. We have a food recovery program where in the evenings, if they have food that has not been consumed during their regular hours, they will call us around 8 o'clock. And we jump in the golf cart and we go over to Todd or Ellis and we pick up the veggie lasagna. We bring it back to the rec center, and we have the student workers then repackage it into usually packets that would be like for at least 2 meals. And so for that, we let the students take as much as they want of those items. But otherwise, they're limited to the 10 items. Our local community, besides Roseacre Farm, has been tremendously engaged in our pantry. We work closely with the Warrensburg Food Pantry, and they have, we help them and they help us. It's a very reciprocal deal. We exchange everything from freezer space sometimes to bread, to when we have items that we can't use but maybe the general public would. We also, the local churches this summer and individuals found that we were in need this summer because of the high usage that we were experiencing. I actually purchased more food from Harvesters this summer than I had the whole time we'd been open since 2013. When we miss Greek Week, we miss about, oh gosh, I don't know, maybe 10,000 canned goods. And since we didn't have Greek Week, there went all of our canned green beans and lima beans or something that nobody ever wanted to eat that they bring, to us. But so we did have to purchase a great deal. But the community churches and individuals donated over $5,000 in cash for us this summer and enabled us to purchase the items that we needed. Lot Speech Motors, weekly, whenever we do our go to Harvesters to pick up food, they donate the vehicle for us to make that pickup. So we have a tremendous amount of support, both here on our campus and within the greater community, which has enabled us to provide the services we have. We also have the opportunity to participate with Harvesters in any of their webinars, their, how to make your pantry safe during this time. They provide us with information for SNAP, which is food programs that perhaps students might meet the criteria for. And we want to make sure that people understand we are not in competition with the local food pantry. We really are here to supplement it. We do not, one of the things I personally do not enjoy doing a lot of paperwork. So the agreement was I would only have to turn in a monthly report to Harvesters. Whereas if you go to the Warrensburg pantry, you have quite a bit of things you have to fill out. And so we wanted to make our pantry as inclusive as possible. So anyone that has a UCM ID is welcome to come to the pantry. And we serve usually on a monthly basis around 14 staff, and the rest are students. We do have another partnership we're getting ready to work with that will be helping us with, for those that have families, we'll have some diapers and some personal items of that nature that I think will help meet some of their financial needs also. But it's a great service. I applaud the university for allowing us to embark on that adventure. And it is one that our students not only take advantage of, but they also help and give back. And those that have been recipients of items in the pantry many times will come and volunteer to work. Or after their time and means have changed, I will get checks in the mail and a note that says, thanks for helping when I needed it. So the pantry, I think, has been a great way for us to model that education for service motto that we have, and our students greatly appreciate it. Any questions?
I have one on, in regards to produce. I just have a couple of friends that have said, gosh, my garden is, more than I can handle, come and get some things. I haven't done that, but could they contact someone?
Mm-hmm.
Say, this is what I have, and then you can say yes or no or whatever?
Absolutely. We take fresh produce. If you'll just have them call me, Mary.
Okay.
909-1870. And I will either go pick it up or meet them at the back door of the rec center.
And are you back downstairs now?
Yes, we are back downstairs. We've changed how we do not allow the students to come into the center and rotate around. We do have the two student workers are inside the pantry. We pre-bag items similar to what's in the upper left-hand corner there on the screen now. We pre-bag items, and then we check them in, and then one at a time, they come to the pantry door, and then we have on a wiper board all the protein that we have that day, and they can choose from that, and then the vegetables and the other items, so that we are minimizing the tax of all the product. But yes, we do take produce from individuals. We take, one of the things that goes really well is like if you go to a hotel and you snack up the shampoo and the bars of soap. Those go extremely well. One of the programs we did during the week of for service last week, where we did over 200 hygiene packs for Red Cross. So we use those items also when we do projects of that nature. Any other questions? Yes.
Dr. Bax and Director Rett, thank you very much for everything you do for your dedication, support, and leadership in these programs. So many UCM students rely on that, and I know it means a lot to them, so thank you. One thing that I saw, and that was a little concerning to me, was the higher rate of homelessness compared to other universities. What programs or ideas have we talked about in regards to supporting students with that need?
We do not, at this point in time, have a standard program that's responding to that. We have from time to time worked with individuals to connect them with housing when they present. But at this point in time, we do not have, we don't have a campus cupboard on the homeless side. So, but we are very connected with community agencies that are working with that, and we can connect them with that, and then we, when necessary, can come up with other solutions.
Awesome, thank you. And I know even with the support of the campus cupboard, that one less thing that they have to worry about on their plate, I know that is very helpful, so thank you.
But as Dr. Bax said, there are other agencies in our community, and so because of networking opportunities we have, it makes it very easy then for Dr. Bax to make a phone call, or myself to say, this student's in distress right now, what opportunities do we have for you?
Thank you.
Dr. Bax, I assume you have some ideas on what we could do to help with the homeless situation with students. And I'm sure other universities are doing some things in regard to that. I wonder if you could put something like that together and let us look at it sometime?
Sure.
A plan of what we could do to maybe help with that situation on campus?
I can do that.
Thank you.
Dr. Bax and Dr. Bridgman, the family that you help with that student that has the chronic illnesses a couple of weeks ago, they just wanted me to express their really appreciation for the personalized care that you gave to their daughter. And in listening to your report this morning, it speaks volumes as to how you try to give personalized attention. So she's excited about making a smooth transition into a safer environment. As a matter of fact, she said, you know, with your assistance, it was better. She had a big struggle getting through high school with her chronic condition, but she really appreciates the attention that you all have given her since she's been here.
Thank you for sharing that. And I'm glad to hear that she's in a much better place.
Thank you for the report. It's like you say, it's great to hear what you're doing. It's sad that we have to do that, but I'm glad that we were able to cover that for the students. And as it goes on, just let us know as individuals, you know, anytime how we can all help. But I think we're all in a position we can do some of that. The last thing before we close this meeting, I did not say we do have new members to our committee this year, and me as the chairman, and then John Collier and Ken Wymuth and Zach Racy are all members of this committee for this next year. So thank you all for serving on this committee with us. Does anybody have anything else?
So Governor Dan Duran, I wanted to add that we don't have an advancement report this month since we had one recently. And the report for this month would have been somewhat similar to what you saw in June. We will have a full advancement report for the committee in October. And Vice President, Courtney will bring that. So I do want to acknowledge, however, that we did receive a substantial commitment from one of our alumni. So Frank Deal, he did establish an estate gift, currently valued at $15 million, that we will not receive until his death. So that is an estate gift. However, he did set that up as basically an open gift to us, so it's general support. And so when we do receive that at some point, hopefully a lot of years into the future, that will be a great benefit to the university. Although he did not designate it to any specific area or name it in any regard, he did recognize Tom Harabedian, who was our diving coach, that had a great influence over him when Frank was a student, and also recognized Joe Dalecki, who was one of our economics professors. Both Joe and Tom recently passed away, both around 100 years old, and so I think it was a great legacy for them that Frank established such a great estate gift for us.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. We'll look forward to her full report in October. Is there anything else that we know we need to bring for October? Anything, Shari, that you can think of? You can let us
Not that I know of yet.
Okay. We have 2 months or a month and a half to get that done. Okay, that's all I have, unless someone else has something else. Move to adjourn.
Motion we adjourn?
Thank you. A few minutes before the next meeting.
Do what?
I need to get bigger font too. There's stuff I need to remember to say, but I will next time.
Okay, so we need to introduce them.
Yeah,
Okay.
just so everybody
Okay.
knows. Since
All right,
the whole
thank you.
board is at the table, it gets a little confusing.
Okay.
Took me a week to get used to it. And it was well worth it. So you could, and actually at one time I had one contact for distance and one reading. Two phones playing golf, I could see the golf ball. The one I had reading. It doesn't take long to get used to it. If we gotta wear these much longer, I mean, it's just, I've got a pair of I don't know.
Yeah, shortest ever. I know. Yeah.
Did she break her pocket bottom?
Tell her that.
What is he? Should miss a step.
Happy Women's Day, that start the meeting, I really. I just want to say good morning before everything got started. Yeah, that's a lot. Okay.
Hey, how are you?
We met a long time ago, but I've not talked to you since you had this official role.
Thank you very much.
It's so exciting.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I'm glad you'll be a great asset to the team. Thank you. I appreciate it. We'll just you know what the students want. That's what we need more than anything. We're here because you're here. So
Thank you very much.
you're
Morning. How are you this morning?
good. How are you?
Good.
I can see the doctor.
Oh, can't complain considering.
I thought, well, maybe I don't have to really worry about makeup. Lipstick is
The whole new normal.
It's good to see you.
But I guess you're gonna be a student.
Well, especially it's really
Yes,
little.
yes, it is.
Thanks for taking me.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And welcome to the Academic Affairs Committee meeting. I'm Mary Long, and I'm chairperson of the committee, and I have two colleagues that, am I missing one? But I would like to introduce the members of the Academic Affairs Committee, Governor Mary Denduran and Governor Gus Wetzel. So we'd like to receive them as our committee members this year. This is an exciting time and in the institution. I guess we're all covered today, so hopefully you can understand what we're all saying being covered. At this time, I would like entertain a motion for approval of our minutes. Okay, is there a second? Okay, thanks for that. Our minutes have been approved. I'd like to call Dr. Bridgman to begin our agenda this morning, starting with the emeritus status request in tab 4.
Dr. Long, thank you. Members of the board. Agenda item 2, tab 4 is an emeritus request seeking your approval for Ms. Kimberly Markham, payroll specialist in payroll services, Dr. Scott Wilson, professor of automotive technology management, and Dr. Robert Slana, associate professor of sports management, and Ms. Robin Terrell, director of academic physical affairs in academic affairs. Ms. Markham, Dr. Wilson, Dr. Slana will retire in August. Ms. Terrell will retire in September. All qualify for emeritus status in accordance with board policy.
If there are no concerns from the committee, we can move this item to the consent agenda. Okay, thank you. Okay, we will move to the next item on the agenda, Dr. Bridgman, which is our enrollment strategist report in tab 1B.
Thank you. Joining me to present this report is Dr. Randall Langston, whom you all met at our last meeting. He's now been here around 90 days or so, which makes him an expert, and he has been eager to join us to share some thoughts he's developed in those first 90 days.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Bridgman. Dr. Long, President Bass, Board of Governors. I am delighted to be here today to speak with each of you. I didn't expect to be wearing a mask, though, my first presentation of the board, but nevertheless, I'm excited to be here to share with you a little bit about some of our enrollment strategies that we're going through now and what's coming up for the next 90 days. So as everyone here knows, I'm new here to UCM, although not new to the profession. This is my 25th year working in enrollment management. And while I've been here 90 days, I've had the opportunity to meet with many individuals here, learn about the culture of this campus and also our institutional DNA, and learn about really what makes this place a special place, and also assess some of our overall management processes, and then determine some strategies going forward in the near term and also in the long term. So over this 90 days, I've been listening to many here on campus and communicating frequently with folks and reframing the perception as reality environment. We do a lot of great things here, but also for some folks, we've been doing some of the same things for a while. I'm looking to really build upon the good things that we're doing here, and also take some of the things that we can look at modifying and perhaps making some change to the culture on that. So at this point, we're starting to develop long-term, short-term strategic action plans. Part of my idea and philosophy is really to calibrate these closely with institutional and divisional mission and imperatives. I like to make sure there's calibration in with all of that and translate plans into action. So a lot of the time we develop lots of plans, but I also like to see that we are implementing and executing those plans as well. And that's what we're focusing in on, is defining those plans and then working to execute those plans as well. We're focusing on opportunities rather than a deficit model approach. Really, it's easy to say it's COVID and and population demographics and such, but and lament the state of our current world that we're living in. Instead, what I've tried to take is a more of a opportunity approach. For every challenge, there's an opportunity, and that's something which I tend to share enthusiastically with the staff that I work with. So where are we now? There's a couple slides in there. You can read those. I'm going to move quickly through those, but certainly if you have any questions on those, I'm happy to answer them. The main issue that we're dealing right now with is, and I know my colleagues previously have spoken in front of you, related to this enrollment cliff. Not only are we dealing with COVID and population demographics in the state of Missouri, but also this idea that enrollment is going to fall off a cliff here in 2025, partly due to birth rates here in the United States, Great Recession that happened, not as many people were having children, and hence this has a cascading effect down to the universities 18 years or 10 to 18 years later. So as you can see, all regions of the country are dealing with this idea that we're going to have a crash in 2025, which is all the more reason why we need to have an imperative, be urgent in our plans, and develop razor-sharp marketing and recruitment strategies to pull us through these times, which are going to be challenging going forward. So some of the enrollment management concerns that we've identified, some of these have been identified before in the past, some are obviously continuing right now, but the current enrollment management landscape, in addition to COVID and declining competition demographics, we're dealing with competition. There are many regional comprehensive institutions in this area, along with other private institutions. So we have to be in essence better than what our competition is doing, and develop plans of action that define who we are as an institution and communicate that very clearly to our constituents, our students, and their families. Fiscal sustainability. We've been, as everyone here probably knows, we're dealing with a declining net tuition revenue, and this is obviously part and parcel to as a result of a declining enrollment. So that's not sustainable long-term or even short-term at this point. So how can we better look at how we allocate scholarships? How can we better look at how we, the type of students that we recruit to the institution? Retention is going to be key going forward. I think for every institution in the country, that's a key. It's going to be a key for us as well. I think our current recruitment strategies require revisioning in light of population demographics and increased competition. So some of the things that we've done are frankly have been transactional. We do the job and we do it well, but I'm looking to move that from a transactional to more of a transformational environment, action-oriented, engagement on all levels, not just admissions, but across the campus. And I'm working very hard right now to engage many internal constituents on this campus to bring us all into alignment on a common plan of action. We're reimagining internal strategic enrollment management from as I mentioned, the transactional approach. I'm going to talk to you briefly about data-informed, data-driven, and urgent. So we're going to be looking at doing that, and I'll just mention in just a second. And campus-wide integration of enrollment management. Enrollment management isn't just admissions and enrollment, or not just the enrollment management division's responsibility. Enrollment management means everyone working together collaboratively, in concert, towards common goals, and that's part of my approach on the holistic view of enrollment management. The other part is something which is kind of near and dear to my heart, is closer collaborations between our community college partners. I know that we have some tremendous community colleges in this local area. I've always worked very closely with community college, like to continue that here. We're already reaching out to our areas in Kansas City and also in Sedalia to determine where we can work together. Community colleges, in terms of their overall assessment and outcomes, they are very interested in obviously having students graduate with an associate's degree. Any initiatives that we do on our part to help pipeline students from an associate degree to a bachelor's degree has always been warmly received by community college, and I believe that will continue here, and at least in our initial conversations we've had. So developing MOUs with our community college partners to develop more opportunities for students to attend, if they choose to go to a community college at start, attend the community college, graduate, and then come to our institution. And of course, you're probably not surprised to hear that research shows that students who typically attend community colleges and graduate from a community college are infinitely successful and post-community college into the four-year environment. One of the ways that I look at enrollment management is it's not just admissions, but and I use the word today as an amalgamation of sorts between many offices and campus working in tandem to recruit, retain, and eventually philanthropically give back to the institution. So it's their experience from the time in which they're an inquiry to an application to accepted student to a matriculated student, handoff with the academic affairs area, working with faculty and student engagement here. Graduation obviously is key as well, and then beyond that, hopefully, as I mentioned, philanthropically giving back to their institution. So that's where I see the situation of enrollment management in that life cycle. As I mentioned, data-driven and data-informed. I believe it's important to have be action-oriented and strategic. So it's a very deliberative process in where we collect and analyze, and then I put in caps there. We use data in practice. Obviously, there's some cases we'll do research and not find any type of correlation or causation. But for what we do, I like to take the data, do the research, and then put that into action. I've always followed, I believe that quantitative data analysis is something which is very empirical, and it's also, as I said, data-driven and has not really let me down all these years, and something which I do believe very strongly in terms of assessment and ultimately putting in practice and ultimately assessment. And this goes into how we synthesize the data and connect it, again, with our overarching SIM goals, strategic enrollment management goals and expectations. And then, of course, embracing an environment where we let data assist in the data-informed decision-making process. So again, letting data help drive our decision-making process in an informed way. This does not say that we don't use gut feeling or past experience. Certainly, we'll weave that into what we do here, but we're trying to be much more empirical about the work that we do. I'm not going to spend a lot of time going into this, but if anyone's familiar, this is how we, on the undergraduate admissions funnel, this is the work that we do on each stage. As you can imagine, an inquiry, someone who's inquired in the institution to the time in which they apply. We don't require deposits for our students here, so we use student and orientation signups as a proxy for that. But at each stage of this funnel, activities have to occur, and it's complex, and it's multi-population and subpopulations. And how do we best engage our students at each level of this within an empirical framework? So that's the work that we're doing in terms of our overall admissions funnel, and something which we're calibrating the work that we do currently. So some of the strategic approaches we've done in enrollment management recently is we've partnered with EAB, and they're assisting our university in addressing some of our current enrollment challenges. They help with things like name buys. We buy names from SAT or ACT or some other companies go into high schools and do student surveys, and once a student then agrees to have their name made public, we utilize that type of work. We do. They help us with our search fulfillment, and that means helping us identify students and what we send to them. Being fiscally responsible stewards of our resources, we want to make sure we're sending the right materials to the right students. Inquiry generation, generating buzz about the institution. That's basically inquiry generation. And then our marketing, our application marketing, how we communicate that, whether through our own channels here on campus, or social media and such. We are working on campus-wide calibration of enrollment management through implementation of transparent communication, information dissemination, and fluid and flexible approaches. So what I mean by shift on the fly is that the work that we do, we're typically 1 year ahead of the campus, so we're recruiting 1 year. So right now we're recruiting for fall of 21. So in the work that we do here, we have to be able to be fluid and flexible to any changes that happen. We can't just say this is our plan, it's set in stone, and let's hope everything works out. We'll do some outcomes and close the loop later. That's not what we do. We have to make sure that we're constantly assessing and reassessing the data as we go here, and being able to understand that we have leaders here that need to be thinking and shifting on the fly where needed. We're embracing collaborative approaches, I mentioned, with the MOUs with the community colleges. And a big part of what we're doing, a large part, is partnering closely between enrollment management and our integrated marketing to better align our messaging and recruitment and aimed at reaching out to existing and new student populations. So making sure that our enrollment management operations and integrated marketing are joined at the hip, and that we're communicating the same type of message in a thoughtful and purposeful way with our constituents. We also are involved now with territory management, and territory management means that like sales, admission counselors have a direct territory that they're responsible and held accountable for. So they would have their number of high schools that they call on, the community colleges and such, and they're responsible with the AVP and the director of admissions to help define what processes that go into recruiting their area. So we are giving them additional data tools to be able to be successful in that type of work as well. But we want to make sure that they're not just happen to visit a high school and come back, and if someone calls, we're talking to them. Instead, it's more purposeful and direct and plan worthy on there. Population segmentation. We're taking different approaches for different populations. Obviously, messaging for freshmen, transfer, graduate, extended studies, and current students is much different than at each case. So, for example, freshmen, you're telling them about the institution, you're trying to get them excited about the school. Transfer students, you're doing the same thing, but also talking about how the transferability or credit will come into the institution. Current students involves working with current students who are about to graduate and perhaps getting them into our graduate programs here as well. Another population that we're subpopulation that we're working with is trying to enhance our diversity enrollment initiatives, and this includes enrolling a diverse population in line with our overall state demographics and also what the goals of the institution are. We're building relationships with school counseling staff in high schools, especially with large populations of underrepresented minorities. We're also developing communication plans and messaging that's culturally sensitive and specifically target underrepresented minority populations, with the goal of the outreach to help inform students and their families also about the culture of the university, understand the processes for admission and matriculation, and provide students in contact and individuals on campus to connect with. Typically, we have with first-generation students or students in larger minority communities. We have to find a way to demystify the process, help them understand how you go about applying, and I take a nut and bolts approach to this, bring it down to levels so they understand. As everyone here knows, we use a lot of jargon and acronyms in higher education, but helping them understand what it means practically for them to apply and come to the institution. We're also monitoring minority enrollment patterns with the goal to assist them in the matriculation process, from inquiry to application to admission to first day in the classroom. And finally, we're developing external partnerships with entities, and this is designed to introduce minority populations to the university. One, just recently we engaged with the Greater Kansas City Hispanic Development Fund, and the Hispanic Development Fund is established to develop deep and meaningful relationships with Kansas City area Hispanic students and families, high school partners, and regional partners. And we believe that through this partnership that we're working on now, it's going to allow the university and the Hispanic Development Foundation the opportunity to have university exposure for college-ready Hispanic students through brand exposure and participation in these events. So this is very important for us as well. We're also working with international agents and recruiters on a fee basis to assist the university in introducing and attracting talented students who we believe that would benefit from higher education here at UCM. It's not unusual to engage with international agents across the world to help. They help identify students who have an interest in our university and would have a proclivity to come to our school, and we work with those agents. We're also coordinating all of our CRM, that's our customer relationship management, that's the emails that go out to students. All of our emails are not one-offs. These are more complex communication methodology that allows students to be put into a stream of communications. So all of the communication through graduate, undergraduate students is being coordinated directly. Some other point I'll probably talk about this in detail, but we're working on robustly implementing predictive modeling for fall of 2021. Essentially, that allows us to use some advanced statistical methodology. In this case, logistic regression. We develop variables that determine students' likelihood to come to the institution based upon past years and students who came here. So we can look at those variables. Was it distance from campus? Was it their major interest and such? And then we can assign a score, a likelihood score, based upon that to determine their likelihood. So if you now have that intelligence, you can share that with the admission counselors, and instead of spending your time on a 0.10 or a 10% chance of coming to the institution, we're going to spend our time more so on the 0.5s and 0.6s, but we will also still, of course, send marketing material to 0.10s and such, and we rescore them. So as they engage more with us, we engage more with them. So this is a type of work, and I'll probably talk about this later at another time. And then, of course, retention strategies are being absolutely critical. Whether working through our areas and student advising and leveraging our scholarships as well. So the next 90 days, what are we going to be going for the next 90 days? We're developing and prioritizing enrollment management, the strategic imperatives I've been talking about, and creating actionable implementation strategies, goals, and measurements to look at how we measure outcomes, and also through galvanizing campus community. We're developing and prioritizing mission-related imperatives and creating actionable implementation strategies, goals, and measurements for admissions as well. We're instilling, as I mentioned, a culture of data-informed work and incorporating this research and transparency in all that we do. And we're building a culture of urgency that should be without raising anxiety. We don't want to raise anyone's anxiety. So without raising anxiety, but understanding clearly where we need to go as an institution. We're also creating outcome-based culture, so we're measuring the results that we have and being able to, as we develop the future year goals, we'll be able to measure those against those, and of course celebrating achievements. And I like to make sure that everyone understands what their part in this overall big plan that we have, but also celebrate the work that we do here as well. So, questions?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. First
Sure.
of all, I want to thank you for the background information. It's very helpful in understanding what's going on. Secondly, have you had an opportunity in the past to implement a model such as this that you're presenting? It's a very impressive model.
Yes.
That you're putting
Yeah, and
together.
this is the work that in my previous roles is an AVP and enrollment and such. These are the type of purposeful strategies that we put together and then bring people together collaboratively. Absolutely.
The other question would be, do we have current staff to help you successfully implement this model and budget to do that with?
Yeah, correct. I believe that the current operating, the staff that we have and budget makes it very possible to stand up something of this magnitude. Absolutely.
And I guess a final question I have would be, on a scale of 1 to 10, where would you say we are as an institution from where you're starting from and trying to get to?
Good question.
If you can't answer that today, that's okay.
No.
But I'd be interested in knowing that.
I've at other places I've worked in the consulting roles that I've had in the past. Some of those institutions that start were way behind where we currently are. We're off to a great start. Obviously, I want to get to a 10. That's my goal here. So I'm going to try to do my best to bring us to that level. But I don't feel that we certainly aren't a 2, 3, 4, 5. I think maybe a 7 or so, 6, 7, 7.5, somewhere in that range. And we can get to 10. I think it isn't as much a heavy lift as you would see on here. I think we can certainly make it possible.
Are there other questions?
I do have a couple, if it's okay. First of all, I like what you're saying. I really appreciate the work you've done on this. But in regard to the campus-wide effort for enrollment management, I assume you're going to get faculty, staff involved in that?
Yes, yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, this is a full collaborative effort. I mean, I feel it's very important to have this full amount of transparency. I do share data, but no, this is not myopically happening in enrollment management, and we're hoping to bring people along. Part of that is engagement with our deans. I've already met with all of our deans here. We're already working on initiatives together. So I see it not more of a, not such as that I have a meeting and a monthly meeting with a dean. It's more about a whole set of things that move along in a fluid manner that we're all together along in this overall journey.
And I assume they would have some accountability for that. Then when you get the total campus involved, there would be some accountability from faculty and staff back to you.
Well, I'm sure
success rate.
I'm sure the deans would be holding other folks accountable for certain areas and goals and such. I mean, obviously, I'll leave that up to the deans, but I think going forward, as we develop out this plan, I think there is a level of accountability, certainly in the enrollment management area.
And I do think with this predictive model that you're talking about would help with our budget process too, because we'd have a good idea what the predictability would be of that student, the number of students coming in. So I do think it would help with our budget process too. So I really like that. And the final thing I'd like to say, I have noticed a lot of yard signs around our community, not only our community, but other communities I've visited, and which I've been very pleased with. And I don't know who was in charge of that, whether it was your area or somebody else, but I've visited some smaller communities in our surrounding area, and I know Governor Wetzel was concerned about what we've been doing in our smaller communities that should be our students. And I have noticed those signs this year, which I was very pleased and proud of, that a number of signs I've seen knowing students are going to be here. So I wanted to say thank you to you all for that.
Thank you. Communication obviously important on campus, and I know that not just in enrollment management, but I know our partners across campus are working tirelessly to make sure that students are aware and understand and can know where to go, what they need to do. I mean, it's just another way of communicating with them.
That's all I had, Dr.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Thompson, for that report. And we look forward to your progress reports in the future as to how you're coming along, with the model. We'll move next to the charter schools, tab 1B.
Thank you, Dr. Long. While Dean Lee and Dr. Hughes join us at the table, one of the great things about being new is I get to be a student here too. So completing year one, I've had a lot of opportunities to learn. And one of the areas that I've enjoyed learning about is our charter school efforts. And you and I have enjoyed conversations regarding those. In everything we do, we want to do it well. And publicly sponsored charter schools have a lot of promise. And folks hold them out as potential and places of opportunities for students to have a very successful primary, secondary school experience. And so the conversation we'll have today is a result of the conversations and the learning that I've had over the last year relative to our efforts in charter schools. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Hughes and Dean Lee.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to engage with you this morning and provide a little bit of context to where we've been as a sponsor to charter schools and where we hope to go directionally in the future. And as I'm starting my 4th year here at UCM, I'm still learning about the very long history that our university, and more specifically the College of Education, has had with the Kansas City charters, starting back in 1999. And so Dr. Hughes is here at the table with me as well to provide a little bit more of that background context as well. And she and I think we'll just have this conversation with you today. So again, we were one of the first universities in Missouri to step forward and indicate that we would be willing to serve in this capacity of a sponsor for charter schools in the Kansas City area. We've been in that operation now for 21 years, and in many ways I think we continue to provide the levels of support and engagement, not only with the communities that had engaged in this work to develop their respective schools and districts, but also with the school leadership and teachers and students and families. So some of the questions that I think that you as a board have raised regarding charter schools that we hope to answer today are: one, what was our original intent in sponsoring charter schools, and were those initial goals met? Number two, what is the vision for charter schools after 20 years of operation? And finally, does the Office of Charter Schools have the capacity to meet those future goals? So in terms of the original intent, now this dates back, I think, even before Dr. Hughes was in this capacity as well, and perhaps many of you not serving in this role either. So, but it was around mission alignment and aligning our sponsorships to the overarching mission of the university, particularly as we look at the founding of this university as a normal school number 2, and then even as it transitioned from that normal school number 2, a training ground for teachers in the state, its first move to become a college was in 1919 as Central Missouri State Teacher College. And so when you think about teacher preparation and the need to develop partnerships and engage in ways that we can provide support at the entire spectrum of the sort of educational level and attainment, from working with kids and children and families, through counseling, through educator preparation at the highest levels with principals, directors, and superintendents. Those are all things that we do in our college, and I think we continue to do in a very effective manner. I mean, we continue to be a leader in those areas. We also wanted to improve and engage in our urban teacher education, our urban education experiences, and providing that level of guidance within that Kansas City space. Early on, again, well before any university, even those that were more contextually situated in Kansas City, were willing to work in what we call the inner core or urban core. UCM, and actually we weren't UCM then, but the faculty members in the College of Education were the first to step forward in creating an inner city teacher education program that brought faculty and students into those spaces to work. And then finally, around teacher recruitment and partnering with schools and community organizations to attract and recruit students at UCM. So in terms of whether or not those initial goals, and you please jump in at any point.
I do want to jump in and interrupt. Thank you, Dean
Yeah.
and Dr. Frischman, and good morning to board members and Ms. Chapman. It is always my pleasure to bring you information about charter schools, but more importantly, to bring answers to you from these deep dive questions. And that's what helps all of us understand this arena of charter schools a little more. As Dean Lee said, the beginning of charter schools at UCM in 1999 predates almost everyone in the room with their engagement at the University of Central Missouri. And it was a direct answer to what was happening with the desegregation laws at that time. Kansas City and St. Louis school districts were, thank you so much. I feel like I'm on The Voice. Thank you. The desegregation initiatives at that time were not helping St. Louis public schools or Kansas City public schools, and that's when legislation began that allowed charters to to operate in Missouri. And the main impetus for that was to bring guidance from teacher preparation programs to the inner cities. It was also to bring best practices and then to get those professors and have some collaboration with the schools in Kansas City and let that innovation that charter schools allows to be in the urban communities, because they were failing at that time, and everyone in the state knew that there needed to be better answers than what the desegregation initiatives were allowing, and then also start some innovation in education. Back to you.
Sure, thank you. So in terms of those initial goals and whether or not they were met, I think as we review the history, and our faculty members have done some research on this area, they've published a book in this area, and at the end, the results are mixed. And so in terms of how we've been improving the teacher preparation areas, our faculty members visited schools in those early years. They wrote grants that allowed them that space as well as the resources to engage in different types of projects and research activities within schools. They developed that pre-service pipeline, engaging our future teachers within the schools. But the move to take that next step of taking a clinical activity from an observational standpoint into an actual student teaching historically was not an area that was met.
Absolutely, and with the progression of different deans in the College of Education, there was that learning curve about charter schools as well. And it's just one part of the college, so of course that was one issue that needed to be brought to the attention more to the deans. And as we have Dean Lee here, he has a much bigger push of realigning what the College of Education is doing to the mission of the university. It's more of an engagement and interaction than what we've had in a while.
Great. Yeah, so should I move on to question 2 and we can move forward and then address any questions that you have? So in terms of the vision for charter schools after 20 years of operation, of course, we'll continue to provide the high quality education in the UCM sponsored charter schools. We want to increase our partnerships and how we engage within the respective communities where our charter schools are located, and then also provide more opportunities, and I can talk a little bit about that later when we talk about the future, in terms of ways that we're going to and have already started to re-engage our faculty members as well as our students in our sponsored schools.
And what Dean Lee will talk about in a moment is the new initiative that he started with getting faculty members back into the classroom and the classrooms in the charter schools, and also bringing our teacher candidates, our students up there. And we talked about this, I think, I know we've talked about this in former board meetings, waiting for the results to come back from the surveys from the students and the professors. So that segues into what we're going to do.
Right. So, one of my early visits, I think in my first year, probably within the first couple of months, I took a trip around some of the charter schools with Dr. Hughes, met with those leadership teams, saw the work that we were doing within those spaces. And on one of those district visits, it was over at Guadalupe and their new campus that they had just moved into. And at the time, I was having a conversation, I think, with the interim superintendent as he was giving us a tour of this huge, beautiful campus facility that they have. And we're kind of walking through some spaces and whatnot, and then we walked into an old rectory that was attached to an old dormitory that was used for their seminary students. And I said, wouldn't this space be great for student teachers to live in and engage in this way, that they could literally be on your campus together, working with your teachers, living here, working, walking literally across the quad, and then working with your after-school students, and then student teaching in the day. And they loved the idea right from the onset. And that idea then transferred on to the new leadership the following year.
Absolutely the same. The superintendent there is now, and I just visited a couple of days ago with Chris Medina, who is the board president at the Guadalupe Education Center. And he tells me that and this has always been a key question from Board President Abney about the facility and where they're at. They had to take a construction hiatus during the closure due to the COVID outbreak, but they are moving forward. The building is completely gutted. They've completed a survey and study with School Smart KC to understand the need for this housing area and the cost range for first-year teachers, and they're moving forward and ready to start next fall. That means that I'll be able to work collectively and collaboratively with Dr. Lee and Ann McCoy to find out how many students are probably in the area. They would like to have UCM first-year students first. They have a first priority to be in that low-cost housing, and we just have to find out how many students are in that Kansas City area.
Right, and in my conversations with them, they've also indicated that, of course, there are going to be students that would be eligible to live in that space, but not necessarily work at Guadalupe or do their student teaching there. So the engagement could be broader in the sense of still being situated and living there and learning about the community at large, and then perhaps engaging over at KCIA or at one of the other charter schools, or even Kansas City public schools, sort of in a general sense.
And that again continues the mission of UCM. It's not just specific teachers from here, although they will have first priority, but it's really engaging those best practices and helping improve teacher pedagogy throughout the Kansas City area. And that's the goal. That's the goal of everyone, from Kansas City to Warrensburg to the entire state. That's what the goal is.
Right. So we started a couple of years ago now. This last summer would have been our second year of the rollout of this initiative that I began, called the Kansas City Teacher Education Collaborative, or it's a lot of words, so we just call it KC Tech. And this is just an opportunity to engage faculty members, to have them think about the courses that they normally teach, and they'll identify one, and in collaboration with their school chair, identify this as a course that they're going to redesign. And it's not about adding a new reading or one sort of component. It's literally starting from scratch again, of how do we look at the content of what we're teaching, whatever it might be. It could be a music ed class, as we just had this past semester or this past summer being done, or a literacy acquisition course. But how do we take that content of what we're trying to engage our students in and wrap the context of that community, of that school, of that district around that, and then have engaged community experiences, engaged clinical activities within the school. And so the faculty members themselves over the summertime engage in this way. They learn about the school, they learn about the community at large, they engage with teachers and administrators and learning specialists, and together figure out what are the pieces that they're going to now include in their course and their course redesign, and then how are we going to then in turn bring students into those spaces.
And what's exciting to read in the briefing paper are the responses from the students. And what I am thrilled to see is it's dispelling the myths of urban education and those inner city classrooms. The students are in there, it's totally different than what they anticipated. It's broadening
their view, their cultural view of students in Kansas City, also just in the schools themselves. And that's what I've enjoyed seeing.
Right. So we added in the packet for you for your review, and I just kind of pulled from the data that we had collected, both on faculty themselves after they went through the redesign process, some of the feedback that they provided about the experience. So one faculty member, noted that being a part of this community of learners has helped shift the way that he thinks about teaching and engaging pre-service teachers in the possible urban environment, that it helps to dispel many of the misconceptions about urban schools, and that by being in that space, working alongside Guadalupe teachers, that he could see the energy and excitement and the possibilities of serving students in the urban setting, end quote. Another faculty member says the impact on students has already been significant, and that was after teaching the course for one semester. For 2 semesters, the statement of "I do not see color" is widely accepted across the class. But as the semester progresses and we discuss affirming the identity of our students, rather than turning a blind eye to see identity, UCM students' mindsets changed on the statement to seeing, accepting, and building on who we are. Right? So at the end of the semester, it becomes widely believed that we do see color, and that is part of what makes each student special. So that's from the faculty members' perspective. Now, we also did a pre-post survey with our students. So before on the first day of class, students took a survey assessing their attitudes towards diversity, their intent to teach in an urban school, their understanding of urban context, etc. And then they took a post survey at the end of the course, and we did a sort of a design, and I just added the qualitative components here. I can certainly jump into some of the quantitative measures as well, but I mean, these are really powerful statements from students who are saying, look, I mean, I wasn't confident about urban settings before, but now I plan on applying to teach at the Guadalupe Center come graduation time. And that's just one class, right? And a couple of clinical experiences in that school. Overall, it helped me identify some of my own bias and realize urban schools aren't as intimidating as I thought. So again, dispelling those myths and that narrative and that deficit model that students who just don't know because they haven't experienced the urban setting. I think these are just powerful statements. So finally, on the recruitment side, we're also developing a future teachers club over at Guadalupe, and that is expanding into some of the other charter schools as well. The intent to do that so that we can engage students and attract them to come here and think about ways that, look, you don't need to wait until you graduate from college in order to have an impact in your community. As a future teacher, you can start being a part of the change in your neighborhood right now. And so we're trying to engage high school students to have impact in their neighborhood by working in the same elementary schools that they graduated from themselves, to work alongside and mentor young children who look like them, who come from similar backgrounds, etc. And that inculcates this ownership and this development of their identity to become a teacher that one day will return home to teach. And we hope that they go through this pipeline, come to UCM to get the best education in becoming a teacher, and then teach back in their neighborhood.
I'd entertain any questions that you would like to pose.
Do you have guidelines for each of the charter schools? Or we've talked about one, which is a very promising situation, but where we can have kind of understand on paper exactly what our institution is doing on this, and in turn on it. You know, if our faculty is sharing their talents with these institutions, and then likewise if our student teachers are participating in it, I think it'd be helpful. When we have so many, or not that many, but the ones we have, and they're so diverse, from the high performers to the ones that we want to bring along?
That's a good question. I don't have the information now as far as how many teachers from UCM or first-year teachers are in the schools. I know that Dr. Lee does have a strict and not rigorous, but he has detailed guidelines regarding the KCTEC program and how those teachers are engaged with the schools. But I think it'd be very helpful for all of us to have more information about how many teachers, UCM teachers, are in the schools. Absolutely, we could get that.
And
We'll start.
Should we have a plan or a guideline that we encourage this? You know, what was it, 2 or 3 years ago that one of the schools failed and there was some confusion with our involvement with it. But it just seems that if we had guidelines that we could go by, a roadmap, so to speak, simplistically, that maybe we could understand it better and be of more benefit to them.
There are many guidelines regarding our oversight, but I think with specific numbers of the schools, teachers in the schools, that's something we absolutely should track. And we'll start. Thanks.
I had a quick question. There's an organization, consortium, whatever, in Kansas City that has attracted some charter schools, not from traditional sponsor organizations like colleges, but kind of an independent. Why would a charter school choose to go to them? Or why would that organization exist? Why would a charter school choose to go to them versus having a traditional sponsoring school like us?
In 2015, the law changed to allow the Missouri Charter Public School Commission to charter schools across the state. Right now, university sponsors are basically on one side of the state or the other. Mizzou is an exception because they do have affiliate universities and programs on both sides of the state. I think that a school would have to decide what type of oversight they want. I know that the commission has said they're more hands-off. They don't push into the schools. Maybe some boards would want that. I know that the 7 schools that we sponsor now appreciate and embrace what the UCM brings to them as a sponsor, allows teachers to have a lot of back and forth conversations with professors from UCM, consultants from UCM. So I would guess that it would be an individual school board's thought of what they wanted from their sponsor. That might be the reason, and otherwise I wouldn't know why. And the majority of the schools in Missouri are sponsored by university sponsors.
And I guess I just didn't understand. I know it's competition. Competition's good, but sometimes competition isn't good if you don't have the proper oversight. So I didn't know if you had any predictive analysis as far as the success rate of this alternate sponsor.
It really does have a lot to do with how much the university is embedded into the charter schools. And most of the university sponsors do offer the pedagogy, the best practices, the collaboration between the university and what we have to offer. The Missouri Public Charter School Commission will espouse that that's not what they do.
Thank you.
And I'll just add that, you know, in talking with Dr. Hughes as well as our school chairs, our desire and intent in moving forward, KC Tech to me is, you know, step one, right? This is the clinical stage of getting faculty and members, number one, to see that going to Kansas City is not that far, right? We can do it. It's accessible. We're breaking down the barriers by providing them access into the spaces with pre-negotiated, if you will, pre-arranged areas that we can come into, and they can come and learn, redesign, and then offer their courses. Step two is these students saying, hey, this is great, I'm interested, then becoming student teachers within that space, and then potentially living on their campus and engaging in Kansas City. And then finally, as faculty members are now within these spaces, whether it's through the redesign as an entry point, they're going to have conversations, and then it's already starting to happen, just not by osmosis, but as virtue of being there, right? So if you're there and you're engaging in conversation with a principal or administrator or a teacher, the teachers will tell you, oh, I'm really struggling with fill in the blank, and the faculty member might say, oh, I got some ideas around that, and that is how those relationships forward. And so on our first summer of the redesign, one of our faculty members, Dr. Brown, was engaged in a conversation with two of the learning specialists who are saying, we're really having trouble identifying what our research questions should be to really understand how do we measure the things that we're trying to show that we can do within the charter school space. And Dr. Brown was like, I can help you with that. And so he's been involved in their research project by helping developing their IRB and getting engaged in the measurement development. And so that is my hope, as more faculty members are pushed into this space, that these conversations will happen. And then as a result of these conversations happening, we can start engaging more in providing professional development and other opportunities for action research projects, and really creating that synergy where a university sponsor can provide and leverage its resources, and we can all learn and grow together.
Any other questions?
Yes. Go ahead, Zach.
Dr. Lee, both inside and outside of charter schools or in surrounding school districts, have UCM students who were planning on student teaching had their plans either eliminated or moved to an online format? And then does that impact them on trying to obtain a teacher's license and going to teach in schools upon graduation?
You're saying as a result of COVID?
Exactly.
Yeah. So of course, the in-person experience of in-student teaching is hard to create a sort of a proxy for that, right? Hard to replace. And every district that we work with obviously has their own plan of engagement. And DESE, as our oversight body, has provided all of the EPPs great flexibility in terms of how we decide that we're going to engage our respective district partners and ensure that our teacher candidates get the best experience possible. I think one of the things that goes in our favor is that I want to say about 99% of my faculty in the College of Education are former teachers themselves, and exceptional teachers as that. And so they know exactly what types of experiences students need to learn and acquire in order to be well prepared for a career in teaching. Two, we actually provide more hours than even DESE requires. So at the point, for example, in March when we needed to suspend our activities and some districts were starting to shift to go online, our students had already actually met the DESE requirement of the minimal clinical hours. And so we were confident that A, they had that experience, and B, that we could continue to engage with them in a different sort of variety of ways. In terms of how it impacts their ability to be hired, I mean, I think that in some ways, the experience of engaging in an online or virtual context, given where we are right now, is actually of a benefit, right? They've learned a little bit about what teaching and engagement on an online or virtual remote platform looks like, and many districts are starting right now in that same space. So from a superintendent or principal's perspective, they may say, well, you've experienced that already, and we'd love to have you on board. But one of the things that I've been working with our faculty members on over the summer, we had conversations about this back in March, was that we need to create some sort of a module, some sort of a preparation to really ensure that students this year, as they're entering into a potential virtual space, have clear instruction, understanding, pedagogy of what it means to instruct in a virtual sort of platform. And so our faculty members designed those modules that would be something that right now we're not requiring, but we're highly recommending and encouraging any student that goes into the field that they take part of that module. Now, DESE created one. They were thinking about the same thing, so they kind of created theirs. We debated whether or not we should just say, okay, well, we'll fall back and use DESIs, but I think we moved with, you know what, we can do our own, and if any of our students want to engage in DESIs webinar as well as ours, you know, it's not going to hurt them. So.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that report. Dr. Bridgman, do you have any items for the October that you know of now? Oh, you have another.
Oh, sorry.
Did you say something?
Yeah, could I have one other question? Have we learned anything new from our recent separation, of the reasons for the separation between ourselves and the Kansas City school?
With respect to the, to Hogan Preparatory Academy, my understanding is that what Jason Strickland, the superintendent, told to me is that the board wanted to, they have a new brand. They've restructured their school. They've followed the complete turnaround model. You could look at their retention of teachers. 2 years ago, they released a lot of teachers who were not, who needed to be in the classrooms. They're remodeling buildings. They're wanting to have a brand new, and it's true, their tagline is, it's a new Hogan. And I think that they just wanted to go with a new sponsor as well as that. I also know that there were some conversations I had with the superintendent that this board was putting much more accountability on the academic progress of the students. They knew that was going to be going into a brand new term, would be some very rigorous standards that they would have to meet in the first 2 years of that experience. So I think going with a new sponsor, they will have 5 years to meet some of those standards. So I think that that may have played into some of their decision as well. But it is mainly because they wanted to have that new start.
So who's their new sponsor?
The Missouri Commission. It's the Charter School Commission.
Other we have a question.
I want to thank you for gathering this information. This is some of the information we've been asking for some time, and I think when it appears to me when you all did this research, you found there were mixed results in the success of this, and it appears to me you're getting on the right track of back to what some of our original intent was. And I appreciate that. I would like to have some continuing follow-up with those successes that you're having with mostly with the getting student teachers up there. I'd like continued information on the housing and what we're able to do there, and the success rate we're having with getting students from those schools to come to UCM to become students. So I think this is information we've asked for, and I really appreciate you gathering it, and I think the results are maybe gives us some a new direction on where we need to get back to some of the original intent, and I just want to thank you for that, and with the idea we'll continue to get updates.
You're welcome. Absolutely. We'll continue this conversation.
Absolutely.
Okay, sure. The next item would be agenda items for October.
Dr. Long, and looking ahead, we will have our standard emeritus requests, as well as provide a census for fall enrollment, as well as our faculty report. I do also expect curricular items to emerge by then, and then also putting some finishing touches on some faculty senate motions from last year.
Okay, one other question I have, going back to student enrollment, will we have progress reports at each meeting as to how we're coming along with the enrollment model?
I think Randall would be fine with me volunteering that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. If there are no other items, then we'll consider this meeting adjourned.
If I may make one quick comment, Dr. Long, I do anticipate a significant year for our institution. We'll celebrate a big birthday. We have public health concerns. We have budgetary concerns, but we also have a very appropriate questioning about how we as an institution contribute to social mobility and social justice. You may have all read recently of our recognition by St. Louis graduates in terms of graduating minority students and low-income students at rates very much higher than our peers. And we have programs here on campus that contribute to that success, and I wanted to mention that. One of those is our Summer Bridge program, which I am very happy to share additional information and data on that. That's part of that overall effort. But I want you to know that that is definitely at the forefront in academic affairs, along with many other significant issues, and I'll be happy to speak to those whenever the board would prefer. So thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Long, also for the October agenda, I wanted to let you know that what we want to bring to the Academic Affairs Committee is a report that updates the board on the progress of programs that the board has approved in the previous year and 3 years prior. The board has asked for something similar in the past, and I believe the report that you received was really more of a comprehensive, and it covered multiple years. But on a standing basis, what we want to bring to the board in October of every year is a report which shows programs which were initiated the year prior and 3 years prior, what enrollment has done and where our successes and or lack of successes have been in those programs, so that you as a board have a regular update on the progress of those programs that you've been approving and we've been putting in place.
Yeah, I think we talked about that. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you.
the approval of minutes. Motion to approve minutes. We're changing the order around on the committee agenda, and first up, we're going to move the annual investment report to the top of the order. So with that being said, Bill, do you want to take it?
Yes, thank you, Governor. And we threw a curve to our folks over there, so it's going to be the investment report first. Thank you. And so I'd like to introduce on the phone, we have a couple folks from PFM. We have Trish Uppo and Greg Lepley. And again, we're going to have the report up on the screen. It might be a little hard to read up there, but you've also got them in your program. And so let's see, it's on tab 8. So I will turn it over to Trish and Gray, if hopefully you can hear us.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Good. Great. Well, thanks for having us this morning. I also want to introduce Nick Kinney, who's also on the phone from PFM. He's new to PFM and will be covering this account going forward. So he's on, he's listening, he's working from home like the rest of us and doing all this new hire training. So I just want to make that quick introduction. Again, thanks for having us this morning. I know we're going to keep it pretty brief. We've got a lot of other important things to talk about. Gray's going to start off and kind of go through the economic market overview, talk a little bit about your portfolio, and then we'll wrap it up with more details about the portfolio and what you're holding right now and where we're seeing some value add. So Gray, if you want to kick it off, or if anybody has any questions prior to, or you want us to go through this first, then we'll see if there's some questions at the end.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. It's been a while since I've spoken with you guys, but I hope you're all doing well and staying safe and staying well. So we wanted to talk about, the general coronavirus impact that there has been in the market, and obviously it's had a ripple effect on every part of life. From GDP and the actual growth of the economy / contraction of the economy actually, to unemployment, to every aspect of life. I'm not going to belabor the point too much, so I will touch on a few things. If we could go to the next slide. Thank you. So in terms of jobs, what's happened? We've seen a huge surge in unemployment. Unemployment peaked this time at 14.7%, this recession at 14.7% at least so far. The actual number, however, could be as high as more like 20% because there were some issues with miscategorization of people being out of the workforce. It has since come back down to, it shows here June 11.1. July's unemployment numbers were actually at 10.2%, which is a good trend to continue to follow. The question remains whether or not it's sustainable because of the fact that we've had surges in certain areas of the country, we've had reshuttering of the economies in certain areas of the country as well. So, for instance, this morning we had initial jobless claims, which is a weekly metric that comes out, and it said that initial jobless claims actually went up over the past week. Not by a significant amount, but it still went back up from having fallen to below 1 million last week. So, questions remain as to whether or not it's sustainable, but for the time being, of course, it seems that we're in an okay place with the labor market. Obviously, a lot worse than we were coming into this because coming into the pandemic, we were at record low unemployment, lowest in 50 years. If we go on to the next slide, there's some other metrics here. Again, not going to belabor, but consumer spending, of course, was affected because people, you and I, weren't outgoing and buying stuff at restaurants or in stores, going to malls, things of that nature. Some of us still aren't doing that. So retail sales also suffered a large amount, and those are some really large drivers of the economy. So consumer spending, for instance, makes up about 2/3 of GDP. So the past quarter, GDP actually contracted by about 33%, which is the largest we've seen since World War II. If we go to the next slide, because of this pandemic and because of the seize up in the market really in the middle of March, the Fed rolled out multiple different programs, which are on the next page, that I did want to show you what the effect was. So they had 2 emergency meetings in March and basically cut the overnight target rate for interest rates down to 0 to 25 basis points, or 0 to 0.25%. So again, unfortunately, it wasn't that long ago that we were already in a 0% interest rate environment, and we're back there now. So what that meant is that if you look on the left-hand side, you can see the line in yellow is where rates were after 10 years. At the beginning of the year, they plummeted to where they were at that dotted line in March, and so that results in very strong absolute returns for portfolios such as yours. But what that means going forward, unfortunately, is that we're less investing in lower interest rates going forward. So if you go to the next slide, you can see some of the programs that the Fed rolled out. These were basically to continue the smooth functioning of the markets and smooth functioning of financial systems in general in the U.S. And their balance sheet, because of that, has actually ballooned. You can see as of June 30th, essentially over $7 trillion. They've started asset purchase programs that they've never done before, such as purchasing corporate notes even. So taking on credit risk in many ways, which has then led to us being a damper on credit spreads and other types of investment spreads. So spreads fully across the board, so that incremental yields you would get on different investments versus treasuries has come back down quite significantly, which has led to some outperformance, which you will see in your portfolio as we go forward. And I think with that, I'm actually going to say we skip over the remaining amount that we have here and just go to the account summary, which is on page 12 of the book.
Great, thanks, Greg. Appreciate that. So here on page 12, we have the account summary. Basically, your total portfolio value shows you the first quarter, and the first quarter was about $117 million. To June now, which is $107 million. Obviously, the markets were, volatile. We had some issues there, but as Greg mentioned, we have had some pretty good earnings, and we'll talk a little bit about that as we go forward. If you want to skip down, page 13 here. Same thing, total portfolio value. This one shows you your most of account. So you have the UCM investment account there first, with the $107 million, and then your short-term account, which is at $0 right now, and then there's $200,000 or so in your most account. Go to the next page, please. This is the breakdown of your portfolio earnings. We typically look at your net monthly earnings there in the middle column. So I know we talked in March when you have about $466,000 there in earnings. You can see April, May, June, again in the $300,000 range. Nice earnings there for the last in the quarter. Next page, please. I know we talked about this last time we had a phone call for first quarter, and so we added these pages in this quarter now and going forward. Just a breakdown of the earnings calculations. So this is January, February, March. Next page is April, May, June. Go to the next page there. So basically, it shows you, the end book value, shows you purchases, maturities, your realized gains, losses, and then shows you a nice breakdown for each month on your earnings. Page, please. One. This goes on for a while. It has all the portfolios. And there you go. That's what I wanted to see. Page 19 there. Again, there's a lot of repetitive pages here. But again, I think what's important to take away on this page is down on the bottom, the total return there. So since inception, it's 4.27% net. And you see the first 2.52% net for the second quarter. Obviously, we expected returns in that nature for this quarter for everything that has been going on. But again, as you see further down in the presentation, we'll look against the benchmark. We outperformed the benchmark, and we've got some nice returns there. Gray is going to talk here about the portfolio compensation, or not compensation, The portfolio here in more detail about the securities that you own. We talked a little bit about how we moved some things from treasuries to agencies and how that's added some value. Thanks, Trish. So, yeah, I just wanted to have the copy to see that as of March 31st, if you look all the way on the right-hand side of that top row, you can see that the 57% of the portfolio was invested in treasuries at that time. That was advantageous because of the fact that I showed you earlier that rates fell so precipitously in such a dramatic fashion. So that added to the performance that you saw during that first quarter, absolutely. It also helped because there were liquidity concerns in the market at the time, and safety concerns, of course, in the market at that time. So having so much in such a safe haven asset was really, really good. Now, since then, we have seen that there have been multiple opportunities to add value to the portfolio in other ways. One of the ways was to federal agencies. So you can see that as of June 30th, the difference versus March 30th, or March 31st, excuse me, in federal agencies is pretty significant. We can invest more in federal agencies. That's Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, Federal Home Loan Bank, things of that nature. Now, why is that? It's because we saw value in that. Going into the crisis, we have seen, incremental spreads over treasuries on agencies, in single digits, very, very small, almost trading like through treasuries in some cases, meaning that you get a higher yield on a treasury than you could on an agency, which doesn't totally make sense. Once everything happened with rates falling so much and with the illiquidity in the market, spreads even on federal agencies widened out pretty significantly, which meant that we could get those federal agencies as wider spreads at better relative value. And that has stayed kind of the case for some time. So you'll even see when we have our next meeting, you'll see that we continue to purchase new issue federal agencies because they have been added into the portfolio. Now, because we added more of those to the portfolio during this past quarter, that is actually added to the performance that Trish just showed you on the previous page. One other thing here is that we added a little bit more supernationals. Again, that's the World Bank, IAED, things of that nature, AAA rated, extremely safe, similar to federal agencies in many ways. If we go to the next slide, there's not too much to say here, just the maturity distribution. So you can see we're generally in the same place that we were before with a lot. We see the value really is curved in the 1 to 3 year space. That's where we are seeing value in the federal agencies, especially, which is why you're seeing that we have a lot of investment there. 22, next page, again shows, like Trish was saying, the difference between what we did on the portfolio versus what the benchmark performed. So you can see in the top chart there, or the top table there, it's showing 52 basis points of net return versus the index only returning 13 basis points, so a pretty strong outperformance. Trish, is there anything else you wanted to add here? No, I think you did a great job again. Yeah, that's good. And then one other thing I wanted to mention on this page was that you can see at the bottom, it says yield at market at 41 basis points, or 0.41%, versus the yield at cost at 1.55. So what that means is you guys are carrying these securities that you have in your portfolio at yield of 1.5%, 1.5%. If you were to purchase that same portfolio that you have right now in today's environment or at 630, you would be buying it at only 47 basis points. So you're carrying it up here. You're getting the value of that 1.5% versus what you could get in the market right now, which is a 0.41%. So that's just showing you the added value that you have because you have bought those securities at higher levels, and that's added to that absolute performance that we're seeing. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Trish. Thanks, Greg. This page is just another snapshot summary of everything we kind of talked about. That's your portfolio statistics there on the left, and then it shows you in the pie charts what you own and broken up by pie chart with maturity distribution there at the bottom. So everything just wrapped up into one page there. I'm going to stop and see if you have any questions. I know we were going to keep you into about 10 minutes or so, so I don't want to run over and want to be careful of your time. Is there any questions that you have for us?
Any questions?
I had a question. I was looking through the report. I don't think we've gotten there yet, but I noticed you had sold a security that maybe had a year to maturity, and it was at 1.5% or something. We replaced it, obviously, at 50 basis points. Well, can you tell me your reasoning for making that switch? Well, selling the bond early and before maturity, and then buying back at a lesser rate, and then we took a gain on, because of that, we took a large gain on sale, which obviously increased our yield in our portfolio for the month. So I just wondered how that decision was made.
Yes, I can give you a general understanding, or I can give you generally why we would do something like that. We would sell before maturity because there's better value in another sector. So for instance, if we saw that treasuries were trading, extremely low levels, which they are currently, but we could get a similar maturity, or even at a little bit longer maturity, security and agencies, for instance, at a much higher yield, then we would go and make that choice because we can make that yield, as you mentioned, and because we're getting a higher yield than we're actually getting what we're getting on the treasury at that time. So that's one reason. Sometimes it's to rebalance duration. There's oftentimes that we need to rebalance duration back to where the benchmark is, and so we will sell securities before maturity for that reason, to extend duration back out the curve a little bit further.
Okay, thank you. They were both pretty short. Our total portfolio is very short, and it obviously reflected in our overall yield. I didn't want to take the gain on sale now and give up rate going forward.
I hear what you're saying, and again, I think part of it is it's a difficult, there's a tightrope that we have to walk, because we need to be in line with the benchmark, because that's what we're performing against. And if we get too short, then we're way out of whack with where the benchmark is if we hold everything to maturity, whereas the benchmark is continually resetting over time. But the nice thing is that we were able to take that gain because it had appreciated so much value.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. Thank you, great. Have a good day.
Thank you.
And we will move this to plenary consent agenda. Next up is tab number 11, ancillary insurance benefits. Bill?
Yes, thank you. Good morning. You'll recall back in June, we approved the health insurance plan going forward, and so this is a follow-up. We have several ancillary benefits that we are seeking approval for. So we're seeking approval for these plans for the calendar year running January 1 through December 31 of 2021. And to give you a little background, we, just as we did with the health insurance, we used Mercer, our broker, to put out the RFP and help us with this process. And from that, we had 6 dental bids, 6 vision bids, and 4 bids for life and disability. And so I'll go through each one of those, and obviously, please, any questions you have, please feel free. But I'll go through the main points of each of these plans and our recommendations, and go from there. So we'll start with dental. Currently, our dental program, is through Delta Dental of Missouri, and it consists of 2 PPO plans. The Plan A is the basic diagnostic and preventative services that have no deductible and an annual per person benefit of $1,000. Then we also have an upgraded plan that employees can choose, Plan B. It includes all the services of Plan A, and then has additional coverages to include 80/20 for basic services and coverage for major services, and an annual benefit maximum of $2,000. It also covers orthodontia for children up to age 19 with a $1,500 lifetime maximum. For 2021, we're going to recommend that we continue with these two plans through Delta Dental. And actually, our Part B rate is at a reduced rate, which the employees pay for that additional coverage for Part B. And so it'll result in a $99,000 annual savings for enrollees that are in Part B. Or I'm sorry, not Part B, Plan B rather. Coverage will remain the same across the board with an actual addition of implant coverage under Plan B. So we got a reduced rate and also got an additional benefit, which I think is going to be very appreciated. The annual plan maximums, deductibles, and so on remain the same. Appendix B has the abbreviated plan document, which has an awful lot of detail in there, and also shows the cost share that we have with the employees. And these rates are guaranteed for 4 years. Cigna, MetLife, and Aetna came back with, they were qualified bids and came back slightly less cost, and under Appendix A you can see the various costs. But so there wasn't much difference between them, but there was a significant level of disruption with those. And so Mercer provided that disruption analysis, and it ranged anywhere from 8.3% to 30.2%. And by disruption, I mean percentage of services outside the network. So it just made sense from our perspective to stick with Delta Dental, who is the major player in the market. So that would be our recommendation on dental. I'll pause just for a second. Are there any particular questions about the dental recommendation? Okay, seeing none, I'll jump to vision. UCM's current vision insurance is provided by Vision Service Plan, otherwise known as VSP, and it also has two different benefit levels. Under Plan A, it's UCM contributes the full insurance premium for all benefit eligible employees who choose Plan A, and under Plan B, the employees have to pay extra premium, but they receive the services of Plan A with some additional coverage under Plan B. We're recommending that we continue with VSP. There is no rate change. There is one minimal change in out-of-network reimbursement. Right now it's at $50 for an exam, dropping $5 to $45 for an exam, and a similar reduction for lens reimbursement. But given that UCM's utilization, because again, VSP is the major player, we have 96% network utilization, so that change will be very minimal or have very minimal impact. Appendix, actually it says Appendix B, but Appendix C has the abbreviated plan document and the cost share proposal. These rates are guaranteed for 2 years. Cigna did come in at a lower cost, but that pricing was contingent upon them also getting the dental coverage. And United came in a little bit lower too, but again, really huge, especially in United's case, huge disruption, 72.6% for optometrists and 95.2% for ophthalmologists per Mercer's analysis. Again, VSP, as probably most of us know, is the major player in the market and continues to be so. So we are recommending that we stick with VSP. Any questions on the vision? Okay, so life and accidental death and dismemberment. We provide basic life insurance coverage, which is one time the employee salary and retiree flat rate of $5,000 for all benefit eligible employees. And we currently use a company known as called the Standard, and we're recommending that we keep the same design plan for 2021 and continue with the Standard. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. We will see a $48,000 reduction in total premium costs based on this plan. Also with life, employees have an option to buy some supplemental life insurance above the basic plan, and it's totally paid for by them. We don't really have anything to do with it from a cost standpoint, but we are recommending that we continue to do that through the Standard as we do our basic life. It makes sense to keep those together. There is a paragraph in there about a minor adjustment that they're making to the tables, and I'm try not to get too far into the detail, but as the rate tables are set up now, they straddle some of the IRS income levels, percentages, and so because they're slightly off, we end up having for some employees some imputed income that we have to report and goes on their W-2. So we're making the adjustment. Again, it's minor and doesn't really have any. Again, it's not costing UCM anything, but we're adjusting those levels so that they line up with the IRS table, so we don't have to do any imputed income and people don't have a little bit added income to pay tax on. So we think that just makes sense. It'll be much cleaner going forward, and so we are recommending that we continue that life insurance coverage through the standard. Part of that is disability. Part of that package is disability, and we're going to recommend for a long-term disability that we continue to provide it through the standard. And again, on the if you go to Appendix A towards the last box, you can see the various costs compared to what we have now, and then, the rates for the standard, Cigna, Hartford, and MetLife. And you see in total between the life and the long-term disability, the standard is the cheapest option. But you'll see an additional piece there called advice to pay. And so we're recommending that we add a feature to our current offering. And advice to pay basically gives us medical decision-making for disability claims, because right now when somebody comes to HR with a potential short-term disability situation, our HR folks are making really medical decisions on whether it qualifies or not. So we're relying on lay people, and they do a good job. They do the best they can, but they are not healthcare professionals. And so, that's concerning because it does could potentially lead to some exposure on the university side. And so there's this program that the standard and the others, as you can see, also offer a similar program. It basically, in this case, for $21,000 a year, we can utilize this program, which are medical decision-making, medical people, doctors and other experts that can help us determine whether something qualifies for the short-term disability. So to me, it just seems money well spent, and again, reduces or provides us a level of defensibility that we don't have now, and just reduces our exposure. And between the savings on the disability insurance and the cost of that, we still come out with a $3,000 annual savings on overall disability insurance. So we're recommending that we add that feature. Again, it costs $21,000 total. So if you combine the life and disability bid, the standard is the lowest option, and so we are recommending that. Any questions on that piece? I know I'm going really fast here, it seems like, so hopefully I'm not confusing things. In terms of, just to let you know the timing of this and why we're bringing this now, we actually had, I think, another year on most, if not all, of these four contracts, but we felt, especially since we're using Mercer now, and it did turn out that we've saved money to do it, we felt it was important to let's get this in line with our health insurance contract. And so then as we're going forward and when contracts end, we've got it all timed together so that we can look at the whole package when we're assessing and determining what our funding of insurance would be going forward as a whole package, instead of doing it at different times in the cycle. So that's why we sped up the process a little bit on these to get them in line to start January 1 along with the health insurance. And so our funding source would be the general operating and auxiliary budget. Any questions overall? A lot of detail, and I will be happy to go dig deeper if we have anything.
Any questions on that?
Okay.
All right, that's an action item on the preliminary agenda.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Next up, staff furlough and salary reduction, tab 12.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, so we are seeking to obtain board approval to make an amendment to the university's fiscal year 2021 staff furlough and faculty/president council percentage salary reduction plan. So the background, you'll recall, at the last meeting on June 18th, you approved the 2021 plan, and one of the guidelines we're asking to be altered, because right now, what was approved was for faculty member with a retirement date after July 1 of 2020 and before June 1 of 2021 would not receive the reduction in salary under the plan. And then, having looked at that, we determined that it would actually be beneficial to both the potential retiring faculty member and to the university to extend that retirement date from June 1 to extend it one more month to July 1. And the reason for that, extending the date range by 1 month, will allow for the potential for a retiring faculty to teach during the first summer session, and that would allow them to earn additional income and have a positive impact on their Moser's formula, while also providing additional tuition revenue to the university. And in terms of concerns, there really are no concerns, because the amendment in no way guarantees a teaching assignment for that summer period, and this year's contracts would already have been completed and paid, and next year's haven't started yet. And so really it's an advantage to the university because we can generate additional revenue. And the way the summer schedule is set up, a class would have to have a positive cash flow to the university, or we wouldn't hold it. And so again, it's beneficial to both the retiring faculty and the university from that standpoint. So any questions on that change?
No questions. We'll move that forward to action item on the plenary agenda. Next up, aviation fuel contract, tab 5.
All right, thank you. All right, we are seeking board approval to award a contract for aviation fuel. The initial contract period would be October 1 of 2020 through September 30 of 2021, with the option to renew for 4 additional one-year periods. In the background, the aviation supplier contract allows for bulk purchase of fuel for the Skyhaven Airport. The fuel is used for the Department of Aviation's aircraft in support of the professional pilot degree program. In addition to 100 octane low lead and Jet A fuel are also available for sale to the public. And just to give you an idea of the scope, nearly 100,000 gallons of the 100 octane low lead gasoline and about 25,000 gallons of the Jet A fuel are dispensed from the airport's above ground bulk storage on an annual basis. Currently, we have Epic Aviation as our current contractor. So if you look at the box on the first page, you can see how they scored. So the bid closed on June 23rd, and we ended up with 5 distributors sending in qualified bids, and they were evaluated based on scope of service, company background, references, experience, and cost. And you see the results in the box, and the Campbell Oil Company, which is the third one down, it ended up scoring the best, and so we are recommending that we go with Campbell. And just to give you an idea of some of the factors that weighed in, let's see, their markup was 5% for the 100 low lead fuel and 3% for the Jet A fuel. And some of the services that they provide, they have a much lower user credit card processing fee and no additional charges compared to the others. They doubled the amount of uniform and advertisement assistance in comparison to the other providers. There were several other things. They will perform free annual or biannual safety audits on fuel storage. Anyway, they just had quite a few services that were beneficial between that and the pricing. As I say, the scoring came out that they were the recommended choice. Fuel, in terms of funding, the fuel expense is paid through airport operations with flight fees and customer sale, providing the source. And so the contract is up, and so we are requesting the new contract be effective for October 20. Any questions of that?
No, I got a quick question.
Uh-huh.
On the potential for up to 4-year renewals with Campbell, is still the 5% and 3% and all their benefits eligible on that as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? If none, this is a consent agenda item. Thank you very much. Next up, vacant properties, tab 6.
Okay, me again. All right, so we're seeking board approval for the demolition of 8 university-owned vacant properties, and we even have a slideshow if you would pull that up. Appreciate it. So as we said, we have 8 properties, and in the background of the issue, you can see them listed through there. Oh, okay, thank you. All right, see if this works. Hey, there it is. Okay, so there's the 8 properties, and then we've got the pictures. Those are the Clark Street properties. That's my personal favorite. I love the colors on that. So those are the 4 Clark Street. And then we've got one on Washington Street. We've got one on South. And we've got the little house at the Mitchell Farms. And then we've got the house next to the surplus lot on Hale Lake Road. And we're estimating the cost to be about $82,000 to bring all those down. There were reasons we're wanting to do that. Currently, we have the expense of having to replace windows and things when they're broken. There's certainly liability of having those structures in place. We've also had some issues with vagrants, and also, the cost of public safety, having to do rounds through there as well. So we think for the cost, it would definitely be worthwhile to get those taken care of. And the project consists of clearing it all, removing all the debris in accordance with the state guidelines, demolishing foundations to 6 feet below grade, and backfilling with 1 to 2 inch clean rock in 12-inch compacted lifts, and then graded to surrounding elevations to ensure positive drainage. And our funding source would be the current year operating budget capital improvement dollars. As you'll recall, we have $1 million in appropriation funding for capital, and we want to use a small portion of that to take care of that. Are there questions on that?
Any questions?
Would we do this ourselves, or is this a bid situation?
It's a bid. We would have somebody do it.
You would put it out there now for
Yeah,
bids,
yeah, it's actually out there currently, just in anticipation.
Okay.
So.
Any other questions? If none, we'll move this to plenary for consent agenda. Thank you. Next up is tab 7. Make sure I got the Elliott Student Union Starbucks kiosk renovation project.
Oh yeah, it's 7. It says 6 on there. It's oh yeah, no, that is 7. There you go. I'm looking at the wrong number. Yes. So we're seeking board approval for a contract for E&K Companies and Starbucks Coffee Company for the Elliott Student Union stand kiosk renovation. So it's a kind of a two-parter in that Starbucks, who well, actually I was going to say we have a contract with it. Actually is through Sodexo, but there is a significant portion of the project that they would take care of. I mean, at our cost, but we would use them. And then E&K Companies is the smaller portion of it, but they would be used to prepare the area for Starbucks to come in and put in their all their pieces. So just a little bit of background. It's the one right down the corner here that's been a few different things. And in the last year, we had the Starbucks kiosk in there, which was not a full Starbucks. It didn't offer all the things that Starbucks offers, I guess mainly in terms of food and the various offerings. And so the plan all along was to let's pull out the kiosk and do what was necessary to make it truly a full Starbucks location. And so with everything going on downstairs, our recommended strategy here is, we've got the food court downstairs that's being worked on right now. And so in order to offer additional food offerings for students in these first couple months of the semester, we have Crush open now, and if you haven't been there, I highly recommend it. But we also wanted some additional food elsewhere in the Union while that construction was going on. So if you've been by that area, you'll notice what we've done for right now is we've taken out the Starbucks kiosk, and we've put in what we're calling the Union Express. We've taken some of the food offerings from downstairs and brought them upstairs, along with a Starbucks coffee machine. So it does produce certain types of Starbucks. So between that, we have several food offerings in that space while the downstairs is being renovated. And so then the recommended plan is once those come online over the next couple of months, then once that's done, we'll move the stuff back downstairs, and then we can do the work necessary to get this to be a full-fledged Starbucks. And I know one of the questions that typically that we've discussed is, well, do we want to put in the kiosk for the rest of the year or do something else with it and then do that work next summer? And in talking with Shari's group and some of the others, the recommendation was really in the summertime, that area is really the crossroads of everything that's going on in terms of the camps and the tours and whatnot. And so the opinion was we'd be better off, let's do this in November, December timeframe. There's not as much going on, plus we have the break. Let's go ahead and get it done, so then, early in the second semester, we're totally done with the union, which I know I'm a big fan of. I want to get done with that union as much as anybody. So then we, like I say, we did talk about maybe pushing it off, but it just made sense. Let's just, as soon as we get the stuff downstairs, let's shut this down and do it. And so that's kind of the reason for the timing. So I do want to stress that all the funds associated with this are one-time capital funds that we've received from Sodexo. We're not using any general funds or anything else. And just as a reminder, we've received, we received our check for this year, so we've received a total of $7.75 million from, as part of our Sodexo contract to renovate the food court, to put in Crush, which, as I said, is now done, and to do this project. And then we're also in the process of doing the A&E to do a renovation of Todd Dining for next summer, and then Ellis after that. So that's kind of how the money's staging out. So, questions on that?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So we had four prospective bidders come look, but only one bid.
Yep.
And how therefore are we comfortable with the one bid?
I'm gonna look. Tim, where are you at? Are you here somewhere? Did you come up with the mic? Can you kind of give us an idea?
The vendors are vetted and references are contacted. A little closer to the mic, please. I'm sorry. As part of the procurement process, the vendors that as part of the review, their references are checked and they're vetted.
And Tim, what was the estimate on the E&E? Do you recall for that piece of it?
I do not recall. It was less than, I think it was less than 20,000.
No, I mean, when they did the A&E, what was their estimate to do that piece of the work? Do you recall what that was?
I do not recall, but I can get that to you.
So we know we have a good company doing the work, but how do we know the price is competitive?
I would say based on the previous projects we've done, as well as just the construction market in general, as we got to the open market to compare cost.
I guess for one, I'm not real comfortable with just having one bid. I don't know how much more work we have to do to get a second bid, even though it's not our money. It just seems like we should have more than one bid when we do projects of this nature.
Okay.
Just one opinion.
Was it an architect or engineer's estimate on that?
Yes, there was an architectural estimate.
But we don't know how much that, and I just don't recall what it was. I don't remember it being out of line, but I just can't recall off the top of my head. That's what we're trying to remember. I don't remember it being exceptional, but I can't remember what the number was from the E&E.
Did our other three bidders or prospective bidders give a reason for why they didn't want to bid or didn't submit a bid?
I'm not aware of that.
think this is the issue we've had before with overruns. You know, we've maybe just gotten one bid, and then we end up at the end of this thing with having a ton of overruns and change orders and that kind of thing. And I guess maybe that's some of our concern with just having one bid.
Yeah, since that time, we have expanded where we're advertising the bids, and we have seen a improvement or numerous bids being responded to help alleviate and address that.
So with this being said, do we want to table this? And I know you're wanting to begin construction, but do you want to put it out for, as a board decision? Rebid?
I don't necessarily have to do that if you're comfortable with the bid. I just would like to see in the future that we work hard to get more than one bid. I don't know if it's a good bid, and if you want to get to it and it needs to be done, that's fine with me. But if the board feels like we ought to have more than one bid, I'm fine with tabling it too. That wasn't my original intent. I was just curious.
Yeah, and as Tim said, we have expanded to including Springfield and Columbia in our bidding process, but this was previous to that. I mean, we can go back to the A&E and see what it was. I'm sorry that I don't have that information in front of me. It doesn't really help us at the moment.
Perhaps we can move this to the end of this committee agenda. We've got a few more things. Tim, could you find that A&E while we're waiting?
All right. Good call.
All right.
We will go ahead and go to the debt service report, tab 9.
All right, I'm going to turn to Susan for that. Do you need this, Susan? Is it there? Oops, sorry.
Good morning.
Morning.
On page 2 of the annual debt service report, you'll see a list of UCM's current debt profile as of June 30, 2020. Will I offend anyone if I remove the mask while I speak? Okay, thank you. Thank you. The list includes the Bank of America Master Lease Agreement, as well as the Student Rec Center Series 2013A, Stadium Series 2013B1, and Student Housing System Mixed Use Facility Series 2013 C1, which are private placements with Clayton Holdings, and then the Student Housing System Mixed Use Facility Series 2013 C2, and our most recent financings, the Union Series 2018A and Stadium Series 2018B bonds. You'll note that our total principal outstanding as of June 30 is $75,506,381, with our expected 2021 payment, including both principal and interest, at $9,704,062. I would remind you that our payments are scheduled semi-annual. Our next scheduled payments will occur on September 15th. If you advance to the next page, page 3, you'll see a listing of our bond callable dates. And I would just say to you, I won't go through each one of these, but know that we do monitor these regularly to see if opportunities for refinancing. And I would remind you that the Stadium 2018 B bonds were a refinancing from the 2013 B2 bonds. Page 4 is just a graphical picture of our principal balances that are expected to be outstanding by fiscal year. So as you can see, the $75.5 million at end of fiscal year 2020, and then you can kind of just see if we meet all of our payments and don't increase our debt, what that schedule would look like. On page 5, you'll see annual debt payments by fiscal year. That includes both principal and interest. These slides really are just different
different depictions of very similar information. Slide 6 is our payment by fiscal year, but you'll see the information broken out by each of the bonds. And then on page 7, the depiction is by the source of funding. So you'll see the light gray is the source of funds would be our general fund dollars. The kind of dark black is the union auxiliary funds. The red is our student housing revenues. And then the darker gray is our student rec center construction fee money. The page 8 outlines information on our bond covenants. I would remind you that we are required to monitor the net operating revenues of the housing system, and the housing system for this purpose is defined as the student union, bookstore, student residence halls and apartments, and related dining facilities. So the summary here lists the previous 5 years' results. Fiscal year 2020 it was pending at the time this report was prepared. Know that that is something that is reviewed by our auditors during our annual process, so they'll be reviewing that over the next couple of weeks. But our preliminary numbers are very much in line, so I don't anticipate any concern with being in compliance. Then I would also remind you on the second bullet point that we have the first amendment to our Student Recreation Center loan agreement, which was created a few years back to utilize the Student Recreation and Wellness Center fee surplus for our Pirtle Springs outdoor recreation improvements. The covenant is that we'll maintain cash and investments derived from that fee in an amount that's not less than $2.2 million in excess of the next 2 scheduled payments. We do provide a financial covenant certificate to U.S. Bank, who is our bond trustee, on a semi-annual basis, and so that has already been completed for the period that ended June 30. On page 9, I would remind you that our last review by Standard & Poor's was completed on October 21 of 2019, and at that time, Standard & Poor's Global Ratings affirmed its A+ long-term rating on our bonds with a negative outlook. I would expect that we will be receiving communication from Standard & Poor's probably within the next 2 to 3 weeks to begin the process for review for this year. I am hopeful that we would have the results available at our October board meeting. If not, we'll provide that information as soon as it becomes available afterwards, but I would expect it to probably begin within the next few weeks.
The negative outlook, could you just real quickly touch on that? And I know it's on follow-up pages here, but.
So obviously you've all seen the reports that we receive, and there are certain criteria where they explain to us why they've given us the rating that they have. But if there are conditions that would tend to suggest that there may be a downturn in our rating, we can see that outlook drop. And you'll see, if you advance to a couple of pages, it shows the ratings outlook. And so negative would be that the rating may be lowered. And so normally, I hate to call it a grace period, but we've seen where they've been maybe given us a bit of an edge for the year. Realistically, we know that we've had both some enrollment and economic downturns over the last few years, so I don't know that we would be surprised to see a rating decrease. If we advance to skip over it. The key elements of the rating, I'm not going to read through each of these, but these highlight the points that they did discuss as to why we received the rating that we did last October. And then finally, on page 13, I just wanted to outline, there are a number of statistics that they review as a part of this process, but I wanted to show you some trends for the last few years for some of the key metrics that they do measure. This completes my report. Any questions that you may have?
Any questions? If no questions, we'll move this to consent agenda on the plenary session.
Okay. Thank you.
Next up is procurement report, tab 1C.
Yeah, and I'm going to let Susan go over this, but you'll see it looks much different than what we've had in the past. Based on some of the feedback we've gotten from you in the last few meetings, we've created some, when I say we, I mean Susan, spent a lot of time creating a more detailed procurement report that I think provides a lot of the information that the prior format was not. This is certainly a work in progress, and I would love your feedback on this, and we can certainly tweak it going forward. But anyway, I'll let Susan go over it.
As Bill stated, we do appreciate the feedback we've received the last couple of meetings, and would certainly encourage you to let us know if there are additional changes that you would like to see as we continue to develop this report. I have a reputation for creating spreadsheets with 4-point fonts, so if you have difficulty reading them, then please don't hesitate to say. But you'll note that we've modified the format and added some fields that include our internal bid reference number, the title, just a general description for your reference. We've added the date of the that the solicitation was issued and the planned date for close, as well as the status of the bid, a contract period if that's applicable, the funding source, if there are addendums that were issued, and then any additional notes that we think may be beneficial. For the first section, which is the solicitations currently in progress, we've tried to identify where appropriate an estimated cost to get an idea of what that may be as we look to have the proposals received, whereas on the awarded contracts, we list information about those bid responses, the contract period, and the number of renewals if applicable. So I won't necessarily read every feature of each one of these, but on this first section of the report, which were the solicitations currently in process, and this was as of July 27th, we have the Crane Stadium seating replacement project, which was issued June 1st and was closed June 23rd, which was to be funded from donor contributions. We have the Union Exterior Sign Project issued June 8th and to close on July 7th to be funded from auxiliary union reserves.
And if I can, just for a second, Susan, the first two, especially the Crane project, the bids came in significantly higher, so we didn't act on it. So we're still showing it on here, but it was not. We did not accept the bids. And also, the union folks decided they're looking also at they came in higher than what they wanted. And so they are looking at kind of redesigning and coming up with an alternative approach. So that's why those two are on there and have an older date, but they haven't really been acted on at this point. So go ahead, I'm sorry.
The third item is the tennis court renovation project, which was issued June 24th and closed 7/21. That would be funded from the Student Recreation and Wellness Center construction fee for related maintenance and upkeep of those courts. And then the last item is the demolition project. We have issued the solicitation for the demolition, but obviously any action on that solicitation is pending board approval for the demolition to occur. The next section then is contract awards over $50,000, and I do believe we included one item that's actually a revenue generator in the sense that it was for sale of equipment. Again, I won't go through this in great detail. You can certainly read or if you have questions, we'd be happy to respond to them. But the first is for the athletics football game day security. This is a contract that was initial period was for August 8th through July 31st of 21 with 4 one-year renewal options. At the time of the contract award, the expected cost for 2020 home football games was $19,743. Which would come from the athletics operations. That will change really based on our football schedule changing. So the second is the assessment and strategic planning hosted integration solution. It is funded by the academic affairs operations, and award has been made to do Ventive at a cost of $103,501 with a contract period that runs from June 1st, 2020 to May 31st of 2023. The third project is for Pirtle Springs improvements. That includes an open-air pavilion and a 12-foot by 16-foot ADA restroom, along with sidewalks, power,
potable water and sanitary utilities. Nouveau Construction and Technology Services was the sole bidder at a price of $169,761. The fourth item is used printing equipment, and that was sale of some of our printing equipment. You'll note that there are asterisks for 2 vendors. They offered the highest amount on the multiple pieces of equipment that were available, and so both of those companies did purchase equipment. The total equipment sales amounted to $37,345, and all of that equipment has been picked up by our June 15th deadline. Next is the Central Village HVAC project, which is replacement of furnace and air conditioning in 10 apartment units located in the Central Village apartment complex. That project was funded through the Housing Auxiliary and was awarded to Southtown Glass at a cost of $59,995. Next, then, is the walk-in cooler replacements for Todd Dining Hall and the Elliott Student Union Central Kitchen. That was awarded to Index Restaurant Supply at a cost of $131,295. The funding for this equipment comes from our Sodexo Equipment Replacement Fund that is in accordance with our food service contract, so that's actually funding from Sodexo. Next item is the Wall, and I apologize if I mispronounce this, Wall Cominoy Corporation was awarded a 1-year contract that goes from August 1st, 2020 through July 31, 2021, with 4 additional 1-year renewal options. That is for replacement of aircraft exhaust components. Understand on this particular contract, it's used on an as-needed basis, so there's no guaranteed amount that we are required to pay, and the pricing will vary depending on the aircraft model and parts and services required. Historically, the annual spend has been in the neighborhood of $10,000. The next then is Crossroads Tours was awarded a contract from August 1st, 2020 through July 31st, 21 for shuttle bus service. This is the bus service that transports students, others from the main campus to Lee Summit, and there are a number of factors that go into the pricing, so I apologize that we weren't real specific about the pricing for the individual proposals, but I want you to understand that some of the components that make up that evaluation include not only our price per trip, if we modify the route due to change in drop off or pickup points, there's some adjustment in pricing. We have fees for cancellation. If the cancellation is more than 14 days out or less than 14 days out, there are weather cancellation fees, Wi-Fi service costs, and vehicle wrap. So the accumulation of those all contributed to the evaluation of which of the vendors was selected. So,
if I can interrupt just for a second, yeah, there's 10 different components in total, and what we'll do going forward, we'll do an attachment that has that detail for something like this. It's kind of unusual, but Crossroads, the most significant one is the daily trips, and Crossroads was significantly less than the other 2 bidders on that specific piece. Well, thank you, Tim.
I will also say to you that there are really 2 sources of revenue for the bus shuttle service. We do charge a fee to students who use that service, and then, of course, our transportation operating budget funds a portion. Historically, in the last couple of years, the student fee contributed about 48% of the total cost. We'll have to monitor this year to see utilization, to see if that is changed at all. Next is the fire suppression system, which is a replacement for the Fire Clean Agent Releasing System and EPSMS system in the Ward Edwards NOC that has been awarded to Advanced Fire, Inc. at a cost of $58,293, and this is being funded by the Office of Technology operating budget. And then next is the soccer field bleacher project awarded to Hanson Sports, which representing Dant Clayton Corporation via a cooperative contract through Sourcewell. The cost of the bleachers is $73,295, and these bleachers are being funded via donor contribution. The final section of the report then lists 2 items under report for action, which we've already discussed. That's the Elliott Student Union Starbucks Kiosk Project and the aviation fuel contract. Just as a reminder, the Office of Procurement uses an e-bidding solution, and so information on current bid opportunities, closed bids, and award information can be found on the department's e-bidding webpage if you would ever like to go and look at that information. But basically, that is the source of where this information comes from. This completes the reported information as of July 27th. I apologize, it was a bit of a lengthy report, but again, I appreciate your feedback if you'd like to see additional information added or perhaps some removed. Thank you.
Any questions or comments on the procurement report? Dr. Beck?
Just like to acknowledge the work of Susan. You're probably aware as a board that our previous director for procurement, Lisa Butler, accepted a position at Mercer University and effectively was out as of June 30th. And so Lisa reported directly to Susan. And so she in particular has picked up a lot of that responsibility on the procurement side. She has some expertise there, so we are in good shape in that regard, but she's been putting in extra time as a director of procurement effectively in some capacity as well, in addition to some other folks. So thank you for the extra work there. And as you know, with our hiring freeze in place, that we're keeping every position open at least 90 days, and so that's one reason why we haven't replaced that position at this point.
This is an information item. Okay, let's go back to student union.
Yes. So thank you, Tim, for running this down. So Wellner was the architect that did the A&E, and their estimated cost for the demolition, utilities, modification, et cetera, which is the piece we're referencing, they estimated $130,000, and so this one is at 132. So pretty darn close. And I will say too, we've had several of those situations where Wellner or whoever has estimated something and it comes out way higher. We put the brakes on it and revisit. So that's why I felt pretty comfortable, but I couldn't remember exactly. Had it been way different, we certainly would have questioned it. But and as I said too, we are putting the notices out in areas to try to get more bids. So.
Any more questions? Okay, if no concerns, we'll move. That's a consent item on the plenary session. All right, thank you very much. Next up, anything for the October agenda?
Yes, sir. So far, we've got, we hopefully will have the Standard & Poor's rating report, assuming, if they're on their normal schedule, but we don't know for sure yet on that, but hopefully. We're going to be bringing forward a paper on intensive English program instructional rates. We'll have an investment report for the first quarter. And we'll also, we'll have the audit completed, and so they'll be bringing their report, which I believe will be in a work session. And I'm forgetting something. We typically in May, or typically in October rather, have our OT report on technology, and so we plan on having that as well.
Anybody else have anything? If none, entertain a motion to adjourn. Ken? That was a motion from Ken Weinmuth to adjourn?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Susan.
I need a buzzer over here.
Revised statutes.
Second.
If you want to take a roll call vote, please.
Governor Whiteman?
Yes.
Governor Abney?
Yes.
Governor Weitzel?
Got
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, we'll adjourn into closed session. Thank you. We'll call the meeting to order. And first of all, I'll make just a few remarks. I want to thank everyone for being here today. This, of course, is my first opportunity to be president of a plenary session in person. Sort of. We're kind of online and in person, but last time we did this, we were on a Zoom meeting. So I'm looking forward to working with all of you in my new role. I appreciate all the help the board's given me and your confidence in me, and we look forward to this new academic year. As you all know, the start of the fall semester is always an exciting time. It is different this time, and it's still exciting, but it is good to walk around campus, drive around town, and see the students. And we hope we can keep them here. It's exciting to see the faculty again and staff members, and we went through a lot of trials in the spring when we had to go strictly online, and we're glad to have the kids back on campus. I deeply appreciate the hard work that all the staff did to go to virtual classes in the spring, and as we come closer to our 150th year in existence, I have the utmost confidence that President Best, the university administrators, faculty, and staff will move forward with forward for the good of our students and for this university. I would also like to thank everyone for their condolences when my mother passed away a couple weeks ago. I received many cards from many of you, and I appreciate the thought. And she had 90 good years, and so I've got not that many more to go to get there. So I did attend the Mule Nation event last night, which was held at the new Union Auditorium, and it was a great event. And for those of you who have not been in that new facility, you should plan to go. It's well done, and I think that's what took so long, because it's so well done. So, and I was just happy to walk in there last night without a fence. So with that, that will conclude my remarks. And the board committee appointments is something we do every year, and I think every board chairman announced who their members are when they gave their report, so I'm not going to go through that again, but the comment I'd like to make on that is when making the appointments, calling all the board members, I had nothing but support. The first thing everyone said to me was, "What can I do for you? Use me in the best position you think that I could help the university and the students." And I can't tell you how much I appreciate all of your support in doing that, because that meant a great deal to me. So I'm not going to go through that again. That's an informational item. And at this time, I'll turn to Dr. Best for some comments.
And I also like to acknowledge all of the great work that has gone into creating a structure which facilitates in-person and on-campus engagement for our students who desire to do so. We have a large mix of types of classes this fall semester, and no small amount of work that went into redesign, and all of that is to promote the safety and well-being of our students, faculty, and staff, knowing that each of us have a responsibility in maintaining that kind of environment and following the protocols that we have set forth for this environment. So definitely my appreciation for all the work that has gone into that. And it is very much exciting to see students back on campus. We've had students all along, just in a much smaller volume since the mid-March timeframe, spring break, when we made the decision to go virtual for our classes for both the spring and the summer. And so just seeing the activity last Thursday at move-in was fantastic, and people wearing masks and being very careful, and seeing that same activity and behavior on campus this week as classes started was very fantastic. And had involvement fair yesterday. It was really nice to see student organizations come out and have our students come out and find things that they can be more involved in this semester and beyond this semester. And again, following the protocols and wearing masks and being conscious of the environment that we're in. So very grateful for that. And looking forward to this semester. I do want to say thank you to all the volunteers that participated in the move-in experience. We had a great turnout for that. A lot of our students participated in that as well. Zach actually is one of our volunteers to help with move-in, and then quite a few of our faculty and staff as well. And it's really nice to see repeat performers in that environment. Every year we go out and we see during the move-in process individuals wearing the red volunteer shirts that are the same folks we saw there last year and the year before and the year before that. So thank you to everyone who was a part of that, because I can tell you that our parents and our students, particularly our first year students and their parents and families, were very appreciative of them feeling welcomed on this campus and feeling helped when they were asking those questions that I didn't know the answer to, but our volunteers were able to help them out. And special thanks to housing staff, and certainly Shari was heavily involved in that as well, creating a move-in process that was physically distanced and spaced out so that we could, again, encourage the protocols and staying as far apart as possible for as long as possible and those things. And I'm sure the city of Warrensburg probably appreciated it too, as the traffic flow was definitely much easier to manage this time than we've seen in the past when we just kind of allow people to show up at various times, and they do. So thank you to all who were involved in that. I'll conclude my remarks.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'd like to recognize someone as well. It's my pleasure to honor John Collier with a proclamation today from the Board of Governors in recognition of his service as the board president since July of 2018. UCM alum Governor Collier has a strong affiliation, appreciation, and commitment to the campus, and it's evidence in the work he has done over the past 7 years as a member of the board. Through this leadership, Governor Collier has set a wonderful example for others and has made a positive difference in the lives of many UCM students. We're grateful for his commitment and his contributions to the campus and look forward to working with him as he continues his board service. So at this time, John, I'd like you to come forward, and I would like to present you with the proclamation. And I can tell you, when I agreed to take this position, John offered to help me and has helped me in any way he can. He cares and loves this university, and he'll do anything in the world to make this a better place. So John, would you come up here, please? I think that should be applicable.
Thank you very much. Smiling doesn't really matter, does it? Thank you very much. I do want to add one thing. When I took over as president, the same day I had a president resign, and I gave up being president. We're in the middle of a pandemic, so it's kind of a, but it was a good between. So.
I would echo that, right? So I find it quite an incredible tenure, right? So you had to onboard an interim president, then a president, and then you somehow facilitated the pandemic as part of that. So we appreciate the service.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, John. At this time, I'd like to present the consent agenda, and the action items we had on that this morning in the committee meetings were approval of the minutes of the June 18th, 2020 plenary session and the July 7th special plenary session, the emeritus status request, aviation fuel contract, vacant properties that the university owns, demolition, and the Elliott Student Union Starbucks kiosk renovation. And I think that, we did approve that. So I would entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
And second, and you take a roll on that?
Yeah.
Okay. All in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, the next agenda item, we had, in the committee meetings this morning, we did have several informational items, which include a report on the annual investments of the university, and we met with those folks this morning, and then we went over the annual debt service report in length, and we did that as well. So those are informational items. And then the next agenda item is written governance reports, group reports, which is on tab 10 on your report, and university update. Roger?
Yeah, I have several items I'd like to share. A piece of good news, so the board may be aware that as part of our accreditation by the Higher Learning Commission, we had a report that we turned in a couple of years ago as part of our interim report, and they did ask for 2 follow-up interim reports, one due this past June and then one due June of next year. The one next year is relating to our mission statement and strategic planning process. And the one that was turned in June of this past year, June 30th, it was facilitated by Lisa Toms, who's the Vice Provost for Academic Programs and Services, and with quite a bit of help from Josiah, who's our Director of Assessment. We got a clean bill of health from the HLC on that report. They were very satisfied with it, and to the point that they were asking for no more follow-up from those items. And just a reminder that we have another report due next year that will be related to mission statement, dissemination, and strategic planning process. So just want to say thank you to both Lisa and Josiah for leading through that report. Obviously, both of those areas report through to Phil Bridgman, Provost, and so he had a hand as well. So thank you, Phil, for making sure that that was all taken care of. We do have some troubling news that I need to share with you. As you're aware, our TRIO program, which has been in place for about 40 years, I think it is now, is a competitively grant-funded from the federal government program. And through this most recent process, we were informed about a week and a half ago, I think it was maybe 2 weeks ago, that we actually were not re-upped for funding. And Missouri State, who's also had a program for quite a while, were both in that group. Very much a shock to us. And so immediately, Chris Beggs and David Pierce, who's here, began reaching out to our federal delegation, since this is federal grant related, to try to seek some clarification. As part of the process, we are allowed to ask for the reviewer comments on our proposal, on our grant application, to determine if there was an error in scoring somehow or something was misinterpreted, and which then forms a basis for appeal. We were the reviewer comments were slow in coming to us, let me put it that way. And so we were promised we would get those by Monday of this week, which we didn't, which again puts us on hold for being able to file the appeal. And the real challenge there is the funding runs out at the end of the month, right? So if you're not re-upped, your program ends at the end of this month. And we have students who are just now coming back to campus who are part of this program, and it's a central part of what we do to support our disadvantaged students. So David reached out yesterday to a couple of offices, and we did get word from both offices, one saying they would call the Department of Ed immediately, and another office saying they had made contact and we would be getting the reviewer comments soon, but it still was kind of a broad time frame. Well, we got the comments last night, so I'm sure Chris Beggs now is in the process of evaluating. We will, at a minimum, file for an extension of the program so that we can close it out this year. But our hope, of course, is as we look at those comments that there were some obvious errors in the reviewer work on those, and we'll be able to continue the program. We've not been announcing that publicly at this point. We did notify all of our students who have taken advantage of TRIO services yesterday, I believe it was. We sent an email to all of them, so Chris sent that out. So the students are aware of it, but also know that we're trying to do some work in the background. So if you have any questions about that, please make sure you ask, but do know that we're very concerned about that. That's something that we were very surprised by, and we're going to do our best to try to get it resolved in the coming couple of weeks here. We are scheduled to have a ribbon cutting that we're participating in as board members for a new classroom space over in W.C. Morris. Had a chance to see a demo of the space. This is, when we think about where we are going to need to direct funds in the coming years at the university, building stuff is great, and we have some projects where we're going to be able to build some things, mostly with private funds. Realistically, our classroom spaces are going to need improvement. So I appreciate your participating in this ribbon cutting this afternoon. It represents a project that was funded 50% with private dollars and 50% with general fund dollars. And so those are the kind of projects that are college-based that we're likely going to need to engage in the coming years to improve our facilities on more of a micro level so that our students are having a good experience. And appreciate your being part of that this afternoon. Some additional update on federal action. So whether it's called the HEROES Act, the HILS Act, any number of different names, there's still not quite consensus on any additional federal legislation for funding for higher education or any other entity, individuals related to COVID-19 response. In the iterations we've seen in this federal legislation, there is funding set aside for higher education. There's quite a bit of disagreement in the Republican Party specifically about the level of funding that needs to be done through this. And so $1 trillion was the funding proposal from the Republican leadership in the Senate, and even among other Republicans in the Senate, there's thinking that's too much. So from a university perspective, we're not necessarily counting on any additional funds to come to us, and if they do, we'll be very happy to take them and utilize them. But at this point, there's still some indications that they may come to agreement soon. I think there have been some back of door discussions, conversations apparently going on, because there's been some positive connotations in the last day or two. But again, those are still iffy at this point. So we thought that we would have something before the break that's going on right now federally. They're on break right now. And that didn't happen. They went on break middle August or so. So that's really on hold. And again, for us, we weren't counting on receiving anything extra because we knew that process was going to be a little bit sketchy in terms of them coming to consensus. At the state level, there's been a special session still going on, but it's related to primarily to crime. And so yesterday, David did attend a higher education what was the actual name of it? It was the subcommittee, but it was the education committee, but they did a report on higher education structure. And so we'll do a full debrief on what was discussed in committee yesterday, but we don't expect much to come out of special session that's a direct impact or benefit to higher education. And again, direct. But there may be some indirect benefits that could come out of the session. And that's my university update.
Okay, thank you. Then are there other legislative issues that you want to touch on other than what you've already done?
Nope, that was it.
Okay. Agenda number 10 is intercollegiate athletics update, and Mr. Jerry Hughes, athletic director. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, President. Is that on? Yeah. Thank you, President Abney and members of the board. We have our normal year-end from last year video. Katie Richardson from our staff prepared it, as she has done in the past. This will be the last one she prepares because her husband, Chris, has taken a head basketball job in Wheeling, Virginia, West Virginia, at Wheeling Jesuit, and so they'll be leaving. I tried to convince her to stay and let him go, but I was unsuccessful with that, but she does an outstanding job. So we'll show the video, then I'll make a couple other comments. So Clint, go ahead.
2020 has been an unprecedented year. Like almost everything else, college athletics was shut down in an instant. But the Mules and Jennies here at the University of Central Missouri had success in the fall, success in the winter where competition was stopped at the pinnacle of those sports, and success in the spring where the season started but was cut short. Despite so many unknowns, the Mules and Jennies found consistency in the classroom. Work on the field might have stopped, but these UCM students continued to excel in other ways. More than 340 student athletes made the MIAA Academic Honor Roll. 28 were MIAA Scholar Athletes, and 35 earned the MIAA Academic Excellence Award, where the student must have a 4.0 GPA. On a national scale, UCM boasts 5 academic all-district selections, and this past season, 3 student athletes really stood out academically. Mules Track and Field's Jan Jansky, Mules Golf's Ian Barnes, and Jennies Golf's Elizabeth Leaf were all named COSIDA Academic All-Americans. Let's jump back to the fall of 2019 and talk about a season to remember for Mules football. Central Missouri finished the season 11-2 overall and won a share of the MIAA championship for the first time since 2003. As the number 4 seed, UCM hosted a first-round NCAA playoff game against Indianapolis. Not long after that, the awards started rolling in. 17 players earned all MIAA honors. Quarterback Brooke Bowles was the MIAA Offensive Player of the Year, and head coach Jim Sabota was the Conference and Region Coach of the Year pick. Players also earned 13 All-Region awards and 14 different All-American awards. Bowles was a finalist for the Harlan Hill Award, given to Division II's Best Player. Jennies soccer once again dominated the MIAA. In conference games, UCM went 10-0-1 and overall finished 19-3-1. After going unbeaten in league games, the Jennies won an 11th MIAA regular season title. 10 players were all MIAA. Senior Alyssa Gann was the league defensive player of the year, and in the net, Lindsey Johnson was voted the MIAA goalkeeper of the year. UCM hosted half of the NCAA regional tournament, won that. The Jennies were handed 9 all-region honors. Gann and her teammate Michaela Toth earned all-American honors. Gann was a finalist for the MIAA Female Fall Student Athlete of the Year. Jennies volleyball finished the 2019 season ranked 11th nationally. UCM was 23-10 overall and 15-5 in the MIAA. The Gens were the number 3 seed in the conference tournament, made it to the championship game after going 5 sets with Washburn, but lost a close one to Nebraska Kearney for the title. That did earn UCM a trip to the NCAA postseason, the 35th for Jennies volleyball. After the season, Audrey Fisher was named an All-American and All-Region performer. 8 Jennies were all MIAA. Sydney Lears was the conference freshman of the year, the second year in a row UCM newcomer has earned that award. The Gens were also recognized for their work in the classroom. The ABCA gave UCM its Academic Honor Roll Team Award. The Mules and Jennies cross-country teams both ran at the NCAA Regional Championship in the fall. The Coaches Association named Ben Sporlader and Risper Minjic all-region runners. Both were also first-team All-MIAA along with 2 other teammates, and 7 total runners earned all-conference awards. In the winter, Jennies basketball had another standout season, but it was cut short in heartbreaking fashion. UCM was 1 day away from hosting the NCAA Central Region Tournament, with the top-seeded Jennies on a roll after winning the MIAA tournament, when the NCAA was forced to make the difficult decision to cancel its winter championships. UCM ended up ranked 12th in the country with a 27 overall record and an impressive 18-1 MIAA record that earned a conference regular season trophy. The Gens beat Emporia State 82-75 in the MIAA Tournament Championship, the highest attended women's basketball game in the entire country for Division II last season. And that was with big help from MIAA Player of the Year Megan Skaggs, Defensive Player of the Year Nija Collier, Tournament MVP Morgan Fleming, and Conference Coach of the Year Dave Slifer. The dynamic duo of Skaggs and Fleming picked up a ton of postseason awards. Both were all-region and All-Americans. Fleming was also the winner of the MIAA Female Winter Student Athlete of the Year Award, and the senior is a nominee for the prestigious NCAA Woman of the Year honor. Coach Slifer was also named to the WBCA Victory Club after he reached 700 career wins. Track and field was also one day away. The NCAA championship meet was set to start for the Mules and Jennies when the season came to a halt. All-American awards were still handed out to 7 Mules and 3 Jennies. There were 7 All-Region awards between the teams. The MIAA did get its championship meet completed earlier, and Vincent Hobie brought home an individual title in the pole vault for the Mules. Trey Miller won the heptathlon for another conference championship. 6 Mules placed in the top 3 to earn All-MIAA, and 5 Jennies were also All-MIAA. The Track Coaches Association gave both the Mules and Jennies Team Academic Awards. Mules basketball was top 10 in the country in attendance this past season, including a great crowd at a huge game in December when the UCM men took down then number 1 ranked and defending national champion Northwest Missouri 72-60 at the Multi. 8 Mules were on the MIAA Academic Honor Roll. Bowling finished the season ranked 2nd in the country in Division 2 and 3. 4 Jennies earned all GLVC honors for that conference where they compete. The GLVC and the Coaches Association gave UCM Bowling team awards and almost 30 different individual academic awards. The Jennies finished top 5 in 6 tournaments during the season. Mules Wrestling had 3 student athletes earn all MIAA honors, and at the NCAA regional meet, John Feeney placed 5th at 133 pounds, giving him an all-region award. 7 Mules were on the MIAA Academic Honor Roll. In the early spring, Mules baseball got in about a month of games. In that short time, UCM was 20-3 overall and ranked 1st nationally in the NCAA.com Power Rankings. In what would end up being the final games of the season in mid-March at Fort Hays State, Eric Webb became the new home run king for Mules baseball. Webb hit 2 out of the park that day and is the career leader now with 46 total home runs. No postseason awards for baseball, but 3 Mules did sign professional contracts with MLB teams, and 33 players were on the MIAA Academic Honor Roll. Jennies softball was 11-6, also a month in. Ashlyn Cook and Sydney Welshier were batting better than 400, and freshman pitcher Paige Petefish already had 45 strikeouts. 18 Gens were on the MIAA Academic Honor Roll, and 2 earned the Academic Excellence Award. Unfortunately, track and field didn't get to compete in an outdoor meet, but those Mules and Jennies excelled in the classroom, with 80 student athletes on the MIAA Academic Honor Roll and 11 Academic Excellence Awards. Mules and Jennies Golf also racked up classroom awards. The Mules had 5 All-American Scholars, the Gens had 3, and Jennies Golf was 12th in the nation as a WGCA Top 25 academic team. Rosie Klossner and Olivia Soboski were named all-region players, along with Matt Homan from the Mules. Homan also earned All-American honors. At the end of that challenging year, Central Missouri Athletics got to celebrate everyone's accomplishments when the Mules and Jennies won the MIAA Commissioner's Cup for a 3rd time in 4 years. The All Sports Award is a reflection of the success of our tremendous coaches and student athletes for what they've accomplished on the field, but also in the classroom and in our community. We recently kicked off a new year with the 20th annual Celebrating Central Missouri Athletics auction. Whatever this coming season may bring, the Mules and Jennies are grateful for the unwavering support from the faculty, staff, administration, and Board of Governors from the University of Central Missouri.
So obviously, after our waiting period, I'll be trying to fill Katie's position sometime during the winter, which, as you can tell, will be very difficult to do because she's excellent. And you can tell she was a former sports anchor for a TV station in West Virginia after she graduated, because she presents herself very well. As she mentioned, we did have the auction last Friday night. We did very, very well. The masks that Monica passed out, we gave to each guest as they came in. Staff and everyone did a great job of social distancing and we had a little over 300 people there, 320. Tables were spaced out well. Sodexo did a nice job of serving, so we were very pleased with the outcome, and the overall take is, I think our net's going to be right around 150,000, which is very good in these times. As Katie mentioned, unfortunately last spring when we shut down, baseball was #1 in the nation and probably had a good chance to win a national championship. And women's basketball was really on a roll, and they had a chance to go deep in the national tournament, but unfortunately that was stopped short. You've all heard that we are not doing any fall competitions in any fall sports, and then we will see, along with the MIAA presidents, where we will go for the winter. 2020 is going to be a unique year in the record books because the NCAA will have no champions crowned in the year 2020 because all spring was canceled and all fall is canceled. So there's going to be no national champions, 1, 2, or 3 in the year 2020. So with that, Governor Abney, that's all I've got today. I'll be happy to answer any questions if anyone has anything.
Anyone have any questions for Jerry? Jerry, I tell you, that's impressive, the film and the quality of athletes that we have, and it's academically as well as athletically, and I want to congratulate you on that and what a great job you do for the student athletes, and the Board of Governors appreciates that.
Well, thank you, and I do appreciate it. It all goes to, I've got great coaches that work with the student athletes, but it also goes to the quality of our faculty. The faculty do a great job of working with them and are very supportive, and we appreciate that as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I also want to make a comment if I could. I was able to go to the auction, and probably like a lot of things because of COVID and new changes, the process might change in the future. And I think it was really nice the way it was presented. It was much more user public friendly with it spaced out like it was. And it was, as always, a class act and a really nice event.
Well, we thank you, Governor Wyman. I told my staff, anytime you're present with challenges or a condition that you aren't sure how to overcome, you come up with ideas of how to redo things. And some of the things we did with the silent and some of the things we did with lots of different areas, you wonder after you get done, why weren't we doing this all along? So we opened up the silent to anyone, for 2.5 days online. We had alums bidding all across the country. So we're going to continue to do the silent that way. So we learned a lot of things, but I appreciate the comments.
Well done.
Thank you again, Jerry.
Thank you.
The next agenda item is the board committee on student advancement, engagement, and university advancement. And Governor Dandrian, would you like to give your report?
Yes. We had no action items this month. We did have 2 really good information items. As always, the campus service summary that the student, even with reduced time on campus at the end of the spring semester, they still provide a lot of service. But the really big new report was about the campus cupboard, and I would just encourage anyone that's watching and listening to take note of the campus cupboard, and if there's a way that they can help. There's a lot of need on campus with our students and faculty staff. So just kind of check into that and see if there's a way that you can help with them. And look forward to October's meetings.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Long, would you like to give the committee report on academic affairs?
Yes, we had a meeting this morning, and we had one action item that was considered a consent agenda item, in addition to some information reports, one on enrollment strategist report that we're looking forward to the fruition of that, of implementation, and the other, we had an update with our charter schools.
Okay, thank you. Governor Collier, would you like to give the committee report for finance and administration, please?
Yes, thank you. We had one information item. We had 5 consent agenda items that's already been voted on, 2 plenary action items, and with that being said, I ask Bill Hawley to come forward, please. First action items 2021 ancillary insurance benefits, which is tab number 11 in everybody's binders.
Yes.
Mr. Hawley?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Let me get to the right page here. Excuse me. Management recommends to the Board of Governors that they approve the UCM Ancillary Insurance Benefit Plan for the 2021 benefit year with the following terms. Initial one-year term with automatic renewal extensions through 2025. Award a contract to Delta Dental of Missouri for dental coverage. Award the contract to Vision Service Plan for vision coverage. Award a contract to Standard Insurance Company for life, accidental death and dismemberment, and long-term disability coverage. And award a contract to the Standard for the short-term disability advice to pay service, beginning with the plan year 2021. And with the terms on that, an initial one-year contract with automatic renewals up through the benefit year 2025.
Make the motion to approve as submitted.
We have a motion. Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Governor Collier?
Next is action item tab 12, staff furlough and faculty salary reduction.
Management recommends board approval of the amendment to the university's fiscal year 2021 staff furlough and faculty/president's council percentage salary reduction plan, which extends the end date of the retirement range for faculty from before June 1st, 2021 to before July 1st, 2021. And this amendment would go into effect immediately upon board approval. And I would like to add one additional comment that we did not bring up this morning. If there are any faculty that have already submitted their retirement letter with that June 1st date, we would like them to have the option to move it to July 1st should they wish to.
I'll make the motion to approve as submitted.
Is there a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
That concludes my report.
Great.
Thank you, Governor.
Thank you.
Okay. The next agenda item is our calendar year 21 Board of Governors meeting schedule, and that's on tab 13. And if you'll notice, there's some that we have in one-day sessions and some two-day sessions. And do you have any comments on that, Roger?
No, just I'd like to point out that there was an error on the original that's in your briefing packet as tab 13. So you should have a revised briefing paper that was at your chair. So
the April date.
yeah, it was sitting as a separate page, and that was related to the April meeting dates. They were off by a day.
Thank you. Governor Long, would you like to make a motion, please?
I'll make the motion to accept the action item as submitted.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Opposed?
I move that pursuant to the Missouri Revised Statute, Section 610-021, that the UCM Board of Governors meeting closed meeting with closed record and closed vote for the purpose of considering real estate matters, legal actions, contractual matters, personnel matters, and other matters included under Section 610-021 of the Missouri Revised Statute.
Second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Roll call.
Roll call, sorry.
Governor Wyman?
Yes.
Governor Westphal? Yes. Governor Long?
Yes.
Governor Danderian? Yes. Governor Collier?
Yes.
Governor Abney?
Yes. Do I have to adjourn this meeting now?
Just like to remind the board that prior to convening closed session formally, we will be heading over to W.C. Morris for the ribbon cutting for the new classroom space there. And officially that's at 2:15. And they also have a demo set up for the board as well.
What'd you say, Doc?
Thank you all.